Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am Aurora. This is Lessons for Full Spectrum Humans. Today is January 25th, 2022. It's the 2022 semester. Thank you to all who are joining me, the ones who are here in person, people who are still tuning in, and people who will catch this as the archive. This is the level 1 presentation for lesson 5. So what I'm finding each week is that it is important for me to focus, I think, on one aspect of the teaching, either level 1 or level 2, because I end up getting so much in detail that I want to share that I don't think I can do both at the same time. Here, wait, let me also grab my magic trackpad. Hold on one second. My magic, it's literally what it's called over here, so that I can go do my drawings and everything like that. In today's class, if it looks like I'm looking off to the left a lot, it's because I have extensive notes, and I shared my notes on Facebook and on Patreon. Don't usually do that, but I wrote them out so extensively and spent so much time on them, and I think that they really do say a lot about what I'm trying to teach, and that I think it's really worth reading through them. And some people learn auditorily the best. Some people learn the best through reading, like reading a set of instructions. Some people like a combination of both. If you like to learn by reading a set of instructions or notes, I think this will really help you. And it's also something that you can save for the future in order to be able to refer back to it, because this class, I think, is going to, this particular presentation, teaching of this class, I think is going to really inform you going forward. And if it's recap, believe me, this is going to be recapped from a slightly different or new angle, and I will teach you a couple of new things. Okay, we have more people coming in, and I knew that that would happen as I got going very promptly today, because I have so much to go through. So hello and welcome to everybody who's tuning in. This is level 1, lesson 5. It's called Mastering the Mind. So the recorded information that's on Teachable is definitely worth going through. Instead of it comes with a meditation. Instead of the meditation that I did from 2013, I'm going to teach you a different meditation today that is actually harkens back to some of the things that I learned about in the books by Castaneda. Good, lots of people are tuning in, that I refer to in today's notes. Lots of people are tuning in, so good. There's just a few minutes for getting class together. So the basics of today: mastering the mind, cultivating unconditional love. That's this green level. Did I turn on my piano? My piano is on. I was playing music this morning. Green level. And let me just make sure, although I love everyone, let me make sure that you're muted just for the sake of the recordings, if there's not background stuff. Thank you so much. Unconditional love, unconditional love. As being a behavioral and consciousness-based stance of acceptance, non-judgment, and being in the moment. I will talk about all of this, don't worry. As a foundation for Christ consciousness and the use of the higher faculties. Okay, so this is a teaching that will serve you a lot going forward, and it has everything to do with how to go. This is why, what to do on a moment-to-moment basis, how to be empowered, and also food eating and comprehension of what food is as a major aspect of empowerment. So this class is all about what are the things you can do literally to move yourself towards freedom. And let me also just make sure that my video thing is okay. Hold on, I think I've got it right. Hold on a moment while I play with something. I'm gonna pause the recording for a moment. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that brief pause. Buttons have been pressed. Every audio settings are correct. Everyone has entered the building, and now officially getting going. Lesson 5, cultivating unconditional love. This mindset and behavioral approach of acceptance, non-judgment, and being completely focused in the now with everything that you are as a foundation for Christ consciousness and the use of higher faculties. Oh, I realize I want to bring up one more class image before I get going here. A nice, good chakra picture that I use all the time. And I got my beautiful, I went to my storage unit and I got a bunch of things that are sculptures that I usually use in class. So here we'll use this one. That's not the perfect picture though that I'm looking for. Well, that's kind of annoying. But anyway, hold on. All right, I'll work with this one. If I need to use a chakra picture, I will use that one. Okay, good. Because I want to go directly to a picture. The level of yellow. So this is for those of you who have been in the class before, and annotate for me, the level of yellow over here, this is at the solar plexus. Here I'm highlighting it in yellow. The idea of the hacked human operating system. How did this happen? What happened? How did this happen? And what do we do? Today's class is all about several different actual moment-to-moment practices that you can do on what you can do. So it's interesting, last week when I was preparing for class, I usually listen to my recordings that I did from 2013, and I take notes on it, and I didn't get all the way through one of the videos that was about food. And I feel like everything is always in divine timing, that I wasn't ready yet last week to be able to present this idea of you as being food, spoiler alert, that I was going through things in a much more less incendiary tone of talking about just the ideas of eating food, and I glossed over a lot of things. Boy, I'm happy that I went back into all of these videos so that I could really talk about this, because that's really the main topic that relates to meditation and relates to the hack of the human operating system. So the basic premise as I go through my notes today is that we as humans, or those embodied in this form, once had a slightly different genetic code and a different behavior to our DNA and a different way of our chakras functioning. And I'm going to really redefine what chakras are in today's lesson. And that through genetic manipulation and genetic modification by forces outside of ourselves, we got vulnerabilities, hacks or backdoors. Good, people are tuning in. Hacks or backdoors that made it so that these otherworldly presences could siphon energy off of our energy fields in order to feed themselves, in order for their own particular sustenance or their own convenience, or for their consciousness to remain sustained in an interdimensional level, let's say hovering in a limbo between the world of physical embodiment where we are and a world of total ascended mastery. That's the basic premise of what's going on. That there are this is from Pedro. If Pedro's tuned in, hello and good to see you. Pedro's been a student of the class for many years, and he came up with this acronym, and I give him full credit. And then I have taken it and run with it, POOTI, and then the plural would be S on the end. So when you see me write that word pooties, this is what we are talking about, because I call them those pesky occupiers of the interstices. Now, if I draw my little drawing that I draw all the time in the whiteboard. All right, so I draw the time vortex all the time like this. Everybody in this class is a super expert already. You know that that's a cross section of a three-dimensional vortex. And I'm going to super emphasize these areas here as being very thick membranes, even though you know that they're extremely thin membranes. And you know that I'm simplifying the timelines as they move upward in this direction. You know, they actually go in spirals. But when you hit this membrane over here, that's like the last moment of your life. That's your death. And that's like the sweater of who you are. And then of course, the game over, try again is you circulate all the way back to the beginning, and then you try it from a different trajectory here. But those pesky occupiers of the interstices are similar to arterial blockages or slow dissolve medications, like when you take a slow dissolve pill that goes into your tummy and then takes a long time to digest throughout your digestive tract. And that there are some consciousness residues that have been here on these membranes for hundreds, if not thousands, if not an uncountable number of years, stuck there, somewhat refusing to, or unable to, or unwilling to go into a state of peace and to allow this energy, which is love energy, to flow fully. That should be in blue, flow fully through these membranes. So this love energy should be flowing along through there unimpeded, like a frictionless perpetual motion machine. But what happens is it hits these stuck consciousnesses that are like fragments or residues of those who once lived or who had the potential to live, and that they are not here. This is the area of life and being alive where we are. We eat physical food, and we'll get into the importance of physical food. And then up here, this would be the area of like, woohoo, I'm an ascended master. I have transcended this level of life, and I now live, you know, as a coherent thought form in freedom. Those are both two different areas that you should be in, but that anything that's a stuck arterial blockage over here is itself in a level of suffering. And I'm going to come up with, share with you practical applications of techniques that you can do to relieve that suffering of those fragments. So first of all, let's define those fragments and what they are, the putis. The putis as being fragmentary consciousnesses or negative thought forms of a self state that you would define as self if you expand your definition of self state all the way up to godhood and the I am God presence. So if you recognize I am God and you're at this level, then you recognize those negative self states, fragmentary consciousnesses, or negative thought forms as being emanations from yourself at that higher level. And then now you are in this smaller microcosmic level circulating through time and you are re-encountering them. So this is clear because in terms of identification or shadow work or noticing them as illusions in life that you must deal with, please do not erroneously identify with them everything as that's me, that's me, that's me, or that's light coming into you and then being refracted outward as everything coming out from this particular version of you. That's really big. Understand that you are encountering cosmic levels of debris that are emanated from God's self-state at an enormous level of creatorship, and then you are encountering them. Because some things, when you encounter them, will be characteristics that don't necessarily emanate from you. But the whole point, whether it emanates directly from you in this form, smaller microcosmic individuality, or from the larger grand scale definition of self, what to do with them. And I sent around an email that was written by Charlie B. If Charlie's tuned in, hello and thank you and welcome. And if you're tuning in later or catching the archive, thank you for what you wrote. The response that he wrote was actually in response to a different email thread that was not relevant to the entire class, but I ended up sharing it with the entire class because it was a really good analysis of the sense of having a contract or a sense of obligatory energy exchange with some of these non-physical, non-embodied presences, and how those non-verbal, or I should say implied non-verbal contracts or obligations come up from a sense of pushing and pulling. All right. So this is all about neutrality. This one of the things you can do when you encounter these thought forms in meditation and throughout your daily existence is neutrality. So that's what I'm going to get through when I go through my notes here. The idea of no thank you as a mantra in response to some of these thought forms that one is encountering. So first of all, you could imagine it like this. You could imagine that you're yourself, your individual self state, named whatever is yourself, and you are swimming through a sea of time, timelines, possibilities, and probabilities. And as I mentioned last week or 2 weeks ago in the level 1, lesson 4 teachings, the idea of thought forms as being alive creatures, alive organisms, like little dots of potentiality that are looking for a fatty idea catcher, like your brain, to go through like a tank, just like a neutrino goes through a tank, to be either ingested, like in the buffet of life. The server says, like, would you like a crudité? Would you like, hi, Angel, thank you for tuning in. Would you like this thought form or this thought form or this thought form? This is recap from lesson 4. Some of these thought forms literally guide you towards the membrane of death. Crash. You're going to crash into the membrane of death. You're going to die. You're going to be a gutter ball. Not that you belong in the gutter, but if we use bowling as an analogy, like this is the bowling alley of life, and you want to go right down the center of the bowling alley to where the pins are, and you crash them all down, you get a wonderful score, as opposed to your bowling ball of life, the heavy bowling ball of your consciousness, veering off to the side and going into the gutter ball. Some thoughts misdirect, when you eat them, misdirect the trajectory of your self-being, infinitely heavy bowling ball, rolling down the bowling alley of life of a timeline into the membrane of death. And those thoughts, it begins to become your individual job to recognize them and separate them out and not align with them, not eat them, and most importantly, not give birth to them. So this is recap from lesson 4. thoughts exist, like, hi, I'm a little thought over here flying around, comes into your mind, sets up a waveform pattern, like as it stimulates your brain, your fatty idea catcher, this little tiny particle comes in and a song or a waveform starts to be played that is an articulated thought. And it's your choice about whether you add energy to that thought, whether you think that thought, whether you gestate it in the same way that a female that has a womb would gestate a baby or a child, but anyone of any gender, any biological format, even, you know, genderless species can gestate a sense of knowingness or a concept inside of them before then giving birth to it or emanating it through the physicality senses, through biological form and action, through the muscles of a skeleton and or even an invertebrate cellular body that is moving through time and doing stuff. I know there was a lot of words in order to say thoughts or potentials. They come inside of your brain, they come inside of your mind and via your perception. It's your choice about whether you vivify them or embroider them or clothe them through gestation with extra emotional energy, like, you know, like putting muscles and skin on top of them and then give birth to them as actual things. And so an example would be like a reality structure. If there's the potential that comes into your mind that stimulates something for a reality structure, and we'll use a negative one, like getting crashed on the highway, like a Mack truck crashes into you while you're driving. And like, I think almost all of us would agree, that's a negative reality outcome. That's a gutter ball. That's not a reality that we as non-self-destructive, we are self-constructive entities that are going towards eternity and aligning with that central core timeline. We want to think thoughts that keep us alive and bowling in the bowling alley of life. I'm just using that analogy too much, so I'm laughing. We want to keep going on our eternal trajectory. So that is a thought form that we would not want to vivify. If it comes inside of your mind as an errant thought, boom, it's in there, then you can say, oh, I recognize that. I'm not interested in that. No, thank you is a big neutrality term, so that you are not in duality struggling against saying like, that's not right, I don't want that. You know, like you can feel the visceral pushing away and the anger that's in my voice when I'm overacting in that way. If you're like, no, thought form, like, get away from me, I don't want that Mack truck to hit me, like, get away from me. It's kind of, you know, the sense of like struggling with it. That's what Charlie's email is all about. The sense of different thought forms coming to us, being presented to us, and then in implied contract, if you either embrace it in positivity, you know, you could be like, yes, yes, I want that thing to happen. And you think all about it and you embroider it and you put tons of heart energy and emotional energy into it, or rejection. Rejection would be like the pushing away. No, I don't want it. No, I don't want it. Like, get away from me. Like, duh, you know, duality, pushing and pulling, duality, like Buckminster Fuller, tensegrity, pushing and pulling, keeping you locked in that bondage, in that struggle. And so a neutrality stance is the first thing that I'm teaching here in terms of meditation. When thoughts present themselves as an opportunity to gestate, give energy to, and give embroidering and vivification to, you can have a polite refusal. No, thank you. But you don't have to be like struggling against it a lot, punching it in the face, coming out in anger, or vociferously fighting against it, because the fighting against, as Charlie wrote, and is a good articulation of the truth, is an implied contract. It's basically a recognition that that thing exists, because if you weren't, you know, either bringing it towards you or pushing against it so much, it wouldn't be there. And so what we are trying to do is clear the perturbations that are around us as we move through time. We want to move through time in a meditative state. Good. Now Charlie's tuning in even after I've been talking about his email. We want to move through time in a meditative state without all of these waverinesses or perturbations that are made in the membrane of time. The membrane of time, apologies, I'm still getting over that thing. The membrane of time, as I draw in the time vortex, is comprised of nothing more than two different flow states or two different levels or rates of being or rates of trajectory meeting against one another. So you have a level of density here, and then you have a level of density here. And this one is moving in this direction. This one is moving in this direction. And the place where they kind of come together is a membrane or a meniscus. I don't have a drink of water right now. This is my wonderful ginger juice. But on top of a liquid like this, there is a membrane that is called the meniscus. And that meniscus is a slight thickening of the liquid that is here. And it ends as it is there as a result of surface tension of the liquid itself. You can think of the membrane of death as being part of or analogous to that meniscus on top of a liquid or a surface tension of water. It's a separation between one level of density and another level of density. So in my glass, it's between the liquid and the air in the room. And it represents a membrane or like a division between these two places. But it is comprised of nothing more than the difference of rate of movement between these two things. So it's not like a solid concrete barrier or anything like that. It's not that. It's just the same medium, the same substance moving at a slightly different rate. These perturbations that we wish to clear in the most neutral sense of perceiving what they are consciousness levels or consciousness residues that are moving at a slightly different rate than you are moving. And this relates also to teachings from lesson 4 about when you meet a higher dimensional or otherworldly consciousness, instead of like, what world are you from? ET phone home, point to you in the sky. In order to have an effective conversation, a big part of the questioning that you must even begin to ask is not where are you from, point to it in the sky, or when are you from, but at what rate are you moving? How fast are you vibrating? At what frequency do you vibrate? Are you faster than light? Are you, I'll get to your questions. Thank you, beautiful Melissa. Melissa has beautiful questions. That's what my mouth did not connect effectively there. But thank you as always for your insight, and I'll get to your beautiful questionings. And you are a beautiful person too. The perturbations that are around us, it's like instead of a tank of perfectly still water, which is time, the water is all shaken up with different water currents, and some of them are moving at a fast rate, some of them are moving at a slower rate, and the membranes or consciousness residues where there are the fatty blockages or the putis, those are slowed down densifications of time. And that needs to be rectified and cleared in order for us to be able to move through time at an effective rate without all of these things that can feel like some quote unquote something is attacking me or something is slowing me down, or that's a negative thought form because it's having a negative impact on my trajectory. So in terms of defining what they are and what is their motivation or agenda of these fragmentary quote unquote, we call them negative thought forms because they have a negative impact on our journey. What's their agenda? In a lot of sense, what they're doing is making themselves known because they want to be rectified. They're kind of like, hi, like I'm a thing. Hi, I'm a thing. And I'm also like, I'm going to be in your face. I'm 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 in your face. It's constantly in your face because it's a thing that needs to be not only recognized, but rectified in some way. And our challenge, and this is a very big challenge of like building the spiritual muscles, is remaining in neutrality, even when this thing is constantly in your face, in your face, in your face, in your face, because sometimes you want to punch it in the face and you want to fight and struggle against it. And these are all valid, I validate the frustration, the anger that comes up, but literally these things that are looking for recognition and healing. If you get angry at them, that's giving birth to them. What they want to do is they cannot eat pure love. They can only eat the lower emotional states of, let me do share screen with this. So, and I want to go through my notes properly too, but don't worry. Okay, so let me find a green color. This is the level of green up here, and that is the level of unconditional love. When you are moving through time at exactly the right rate, one moment per moment, what you end up doing is emitting a tone that is the tone of unconditional love. Ooh. I'm emitting the love tone. I'm just moving through time. It is a very peaceful, frictionless state that is not being held back by the past. Here's emanations going into the past, like direction away from camera. And it's not grasping forward into the future, like what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Moving towards the camera. It is simply a complete centeredness in the moment now. When you are completely centered in time, in the moment now, you are creating this love tone food that is literally the sustenance and the food for all of these chakras that are coherent light beings that comprise your non-physical light being body and are made of avatars of ascended masters of world ages of the past. You are feeding yourself in the future, who and what you will become and turn into. You are feeding coherent light forms that do not eat physical food like apples or pecans or scrambled eggs or whatever you eat every day. They eat your emission. They are the positive antithesis of the negative thought forms, who, now I will rewind and use a different color, eat only down here, the orange area. Orange area being mammalian thought forms, being mammalian emotions. Wait, let me go back through this. This area of orange down here where I'm scribbling, although it can be a place of profound joy, sexual and passionate good feelings. And I call these wheels where I'm highlighting over here, these are joy bubbles. So when the orange sacred energy is functional and doing what it's supposed to do, you have these beautiful kind of like balloons or bubbles of joy that hold you up. However, this area of orange, that's the positive aspect of mammalian emotions. This can also be the area of anger, sadness, shame, regret, grief, sorrow. It is slowed down. I'll just use a neutral color now. It is slowed down energy that comes from here, from the heart. So when this love tone energy gets slowed down and becomes these larger and more diluted waves, it goes into the orange level. And that's exactly like making lower and lower and lower notes on the piano. And, you know, on my piano, notes that are lower are not worse, they're different. So there's a non-judgment here. Again, the love tone has everything to do with non-judgment. So it's not like saying like the bad over there, bad, low vibration, bad, and good, high vibration, good, like Glinda, the good fairy. It's not like that, even though I know that's a simplification and I overact and I try to make it lighthearted. It's not like that. So all of this is the complex viewpoint of non-duality that we achieve when we are at this level of mastery that has to do with unconditional love. And this level of mastery, again, is not a condonement, or acceptance is not a condonement of some of these practices, thought forms, or the impact that they have had on reality. I joke about this all the time. It doesn't mean you have to hug and kiss a demon. And that demon is a very charged word, and we're moving away from that, especially in this teaching. The occupiers of the membranes. Why did I even make up this term? Pesky occupiers of the interstices. Interstice being a word for membrane or boundary between realities. And then Pedro then acronymized, made into an acronym for me, the PUTIs. Puti is just a much less emotionally charged word than the word demon, which has a lot of positive, negative connotations and a lot of religious connotations and a lot of connotations about suffering, punishment, purgatory, hell, God, the smiting God saying, I send you to a place of suffering. It's really on the level of unconditional love, that level of mastery, and pulling back or dilating to the grand scale perspective of yourself as God self, that when you look at these beings as emanations of yourself at the state of God's self, then there's this non-judgmental tone that you make when you're beginning to be able to see the larger perspective and the interwovenness of all of these levels of being and the causality factors. Thing one makes thing two happen. That speaks to the necessity for why do these things even exist. So I talked about that in the level 2 teaching from last week, the idea of the film strip of your life, old-fashioned film, one frame at a time, but the higher dimensional perspective is to chop all of those frames up and create a grid where you have birth over here and death over here, and you're seeing all of the intervening moments of life all at once. That is the perspective that engenders and creates and bolsters the foundation of love, tone, unconditional love. That is the viewpoint of unconditional love, because what you end up seeing is, instead of one isolated incident from a person's life or from your own experience, where you can say, this thing was bad, that person was bad, that thing that was done was bad, and you can see that I'm overacting with my voice and my posture and all of that. When you see it contextually in the overall grid or framework of the entirety of a person's existence, and also layered up, that's just one grid, but what if we layer it with another layer of your life concurrent existence, with another layer of your concurrent existence, another layer of your lifetime, another layer of an alternative lifetime, a parallel lifetime, and then you start to see how all of these timelines are woven together like a tapestry. You see my hand is going up and down, kind of like a sewing machine, like the way that threads go up and down through different layers of fabric. All of these layers of fabric, that is the fabric of your beingness, of the events of your life on multiple different levels of reality with different threads of causality. Causality being, it's a quantum word, but it's also about this thing makes this thing happen. First, this domino fell, and then these dominoes all fell as a result. When you are at that level of being God, you see the reason for all of these dominoes. You don't have that sense of pain that's like, oh, like, why did that thing have to happen? I used to have a beautiful cat, this is like 10 years ago, she died. Like, no, actually not 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Why did she die? Why did I have to go through that grief? Why did all these bad things happen, or any bad thing that ever happened to you in your life? And from my individual microcosmic self state, I was like, I'm sad. And I was down here in my orange emotions of sadness and grief and feeling the loss. And I validate that as part of my experience and my refinery of my soul here on this level. And it's important. So it's really important when someone dies or you have a loss, be in your true self state as an individuated consciousness, because I was like, my cat isn't here with me anymore. She's not there for me to hug. She's not there, all these things, a sense of loss and a sense of unfairness. And that's all valid. So be in those feelings, or recognize if there's someone in your life who's in grief, who's in loss. Don't just try to bring them up to the God perspective where it's like, don't worry, they're alive on another timeline, stop crying. No, it's not like that at all. You have to validate those heavier emotions as part of the refinery of soul, as part of getting more into alignment with your ascended master state. However, from the higher dimensional perspective, and from the perspective of infinity, the God perspective is when you are at the infinity point or at the singularity, then you are able to perceive and sense all of the causality structures that necessitated that experience in time. That happened because of that, because of that, because of that. This interdimensional domino fell over here, and it knocked over a line of dominoes that fell over here, that went through this reality layer over here, that made this domino fall over here. And that is why I had that experience. And it becomes a perspective, grand scale perspective, that then further cultivates more unconditional love and more acceptance. There's acceptance. I accept that that event happened instead of the should. That should not have happened. I'm angry. I feel lost. I'm upset. That should not have happened. Where is God? The fist shaking to the sky, which again, I validate all of this. I'm being lighthearted, but we've all done this, where you talk to the sky. Like, that's not fair. That was not supposed to happen. Cosmic Complaints Department, please. I am lodging my complaint to the Cosmic Complaints Department. And that when we are in the level of acceptance, so all of those are all valid feelings. It's down here on the ladder, for lack of a better word, on the level, on the stratification system here. You're in the complaints department down in orange. When you get to the level of green, you're not in the complaints department. You're in the acceptance department, where you're like, okay, I accept that that happened because that was part of all of this larger causality structure. Creating that love tone of acceptance is vital for cultivating the energy, literally the energetic currency, like dollars in your energetic bank account, to be able to then bring your perspective up to this level here, which is the level of Christ consciousness. And I'm going to be really talking a lot about that today too, in a non-denominational term, not really in the description of the church that is here on earth. And I always make this distinction. And now in today's class and teaching, you will understand why. It is not any particular vendetta that I have against any particular religion or anything like that. It is a very clear distinction that I make, because this Christ state of perception is an anatomical state of perception that is part of the reality structure of your non-physical being. So wait, let me go to this picture, which I showed you last week or in another week, but I will re-emphasize. So this is a sketch from my sketchbook. Go to the annotation, please, and get a color. And this is your heart right here, which I signify in green. Here's your heart creating this beautiful emanation of the love tone outward. And we'll talk about exactly, hey, wait, Aurora, how do I create the love tone? Wait. Give me the how-tos. Don't worry, everyone. I will get to the how-tos. In this moment, I just want to draw your attention to this torus that I'm highlighting, that emanates outward from the heart, and that creates this vortex here. So that's all a spinning vortex. This is all a sketch of something that is moving, but that's a spinning vortex that spins around and around and around and around and around down to the heart like that. And of course also emanates outward in this direction too, outward in what we would call the down position. That creates the foundation for these higher faculties. I'm just choosing a color up here to be able to rest upon. This, you can see, looks like a wheel, like a tires of your car. And here's another wheel. And that's part of the non-physical time or energy structure or higher dimensional structure that emanates from, this is the center of your brain, the top of your spine. And this area here is what would be called the midbrain, in between the two hemispheres, which is also known as the mammalian cortex. It contains many glandular structures. You have your pineal gland in there. And so this blue reality perception and reality projection apparatus, it's also known as your imagination, emanates from your midbrain. And you can see that there's this place here, that's where, quote unquote, where the rubber meets the road, where your tires of your, or the wheels of your Christ consciousness apparatus fits in a beautiful groove of unconditional love. And that means that in order for you to see effectively through that aperture, through this eye that is over here, you need to have this foundation here of unconditional love, of acceptance, so that when information comes into you, like here's some thought form, direct insight information that comes into you. And if you are not fully, I'll go back to my face. If you are not fully in the love state, the love tone state of acceptance, and you have that information come into you, look guys, I got my sculpture from my storage unit, hooray, I went to my storage unit. Then this is your, this is one of your chakras, then your chakras go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, you can see my sculpture broke a little bit there. When you have energy comes in through here. So, okay, look, I just aligned myself with a particular insight. Energy came in through here. And then it went into my, circulated through the many layers of my body being. And if I don't have love tone, a lot of acceptance, and a real foundation in the comprehension of the interconnectedness of these many different lives, events, and the necessity of things happening, then that information can make me go, whoa, whoa, whoa. It can be destabilizing, is what I'm trying to say. It takes a lot of love to remain stable when these insights from your cosmic library card and your cosmic librarian teacher start to come into you. That's why we have to do meditation. So meditation is going to help us do several things. First of all, it helps you in your daily moment-to-moment practice to save your energy, save your money, save your energy currency so that you have a full bank account, so that you can even make your energy go all the way up to here and up to here, because these two things require a lot of energy. So as I spoke about in previous lessons, when you wake up in the morning, your chakras are all perfectly in alignment. We'll go back to a chakra picture. I'm not going to rush through this. This might take several hours. I'm warning you guys. I'm warning you, like, stick with me on this. All of your chakras, but it will be worth the journey. Oh, go to annotation, please. Here, all of your chakras, when you wake up in the morning, are in these perfect alignments. You see this line is perfectly straight, perfectly straight, perfectly straight. This is because I'm talking to you today about this level here, the yellow level, the implantation of the human quote unquote operating system. That is a verbalized thought structure that tends to, as soon as it starts talking and thinking, make everything go caca cuckoo. This goes this way, this goes this way, this goes this way, this goes this way, even with the very first thought of the day. So for most people, it is only during the unconsciousness at night, I'm going to make an X here, during nighttime, you turn the off button of your yellow level of consciousness. That is literally what sleep and unconsciousness is. You turn off the yellow for a little bit of time. I'll get to your beautiful comments. Thank you very much. For a little bit of time. And what that allows is all of these other chakras, including your red chakra, which here is represented as a vertical, and also you've got your violet chakra represented in this picture as a vertical, but it allows all of your chakras to return to, let's say, their factory settings. You know, that's new. I've never used that analogy before, but the sense of, like, with your phone, you can be like, return to factory settings, means like erase everything, blah, blah, blah. We don't want any of this stuff. Go back to the beginning. So the idea is, you know, you've got God up here as a point of white light, and that it's been difficult because of all the wibbly wobbly perturbations during your day for your energy to get to that level and have the conversation with God and get insight and information and encouragement and literal food energy. And that all of these energy centers, they end up going out of kilter, out of kilter, out of kilter. And because they are like stacked on top of each other and interactive, when one goes out of balance, that makes the other one go out of balance, which makes the other one go out of balance, which makes everything go out of balance. And again, I'm going to redefine what chakras even are in this lesson today. In order for most people, you know, like I'm talking about like I don't like to talk about like the general people in a demeaning sense, but the way that it has been defined as humanity for a very long amount of time, most people, quote unquote, who might not be doing these meditation practices, but it is actually something that is for all of us, which is why I don't want to be demeaning or push anyone out of the quote unquote meditation club. But mostly the experience of people has been, because the implantation at this level of the talking mind is so strong, and because the mind during the day is constantly thinking and talking. Here's a thought, I'm thinking a thought, I'm thinking a thought, I'm saying something, I'm thinking something, I'm saying something, I'm thinking something. Most people don't get a break until they go to sleep at night. Go to sleep at night and then turn off their brain, quote unquote, turn off the focus from the yellow level, solar plexus, and the daily waking consciousness that is known as verbalized thought and human ego structure. And remember, you did have a yellow chakra before you got your ego. That was when you were a little tiny baby and you came here, before your fontanelle closed up, when you were still very much connected to the oceanic point of God and the larger cosmic currents of energy. You weren't necessarily individuated yet. You didn't yet have an individual sense of self, like this is me versus the world. You didn't have or recognize your name yet. like your mom and dad had a name for you, but you didn't know your name. You didn't think of yourself as a name. You didn't think of yourself as separate from environment. It takes a little while for human infants to even explore their senses, touch on things, be like, I bit myself. I felt myself, but then like, I bit my rattle. I didn't feel my rattle. So I'm this, I feel it, but I'm not this because I bite it and I don't feel it. Like that's what babies are doing when they are exploring, like putting everything in their mouth. They're figuring out me versus not me. So that process in human development generally takes a couple of years to create a solid barrier, the ego state as a solid barrier between self and the rest of the world. And in terms of energy spiraling upward from the lower chakras all the way up to the higher chakras, that ends up being a very strong barrier, almost like a concrete ceiling. That the implantation of the ego structure, sense of individuated self, and comes at the same time as language structure. Ego and language are intertwined in terms of humanity for most of us who are verbalized people, with the capacity to verbalize. Of course, there are non-neurotypical people, and I always hold the door open for the unique arrangement of so many different people having their own ways of being and ways of experiencing it, not to invalidate anybody who might be unique and different than others. I'm speaking in generalities here. The ego self state comes to us in human development levels at the same time that we learn verbalization and how to communicate with the others around us. So a lot of it has to do with learning, what's my name? I say my name, I respond to my name, learning basic language to be able to say yes and no and express your desires. Like before you can individuate and express your desires, you're just this being that you just be. You just exist and things happen, and you don't necessarily even have volition, even though you certainly have states of comfort or discomfort or pleasure or pain, or the need for food or the need for whatever you biologically need. But it's a different level than ego, when you kind of like not fight for your ego, but when you advocate. Ego advocacy, when you are saying, I need this for me. I need this for me. That's what begins to happen when you individuate from your environment. You develop a sense of me, you develop a name, and you also begin to develop verbalization in order to advocate, these are the things that I need for me. And that is usually the motivation. I'm just getting my drink to drink a little bit here. The motivation for like, why should we even go through this laborious process of rewiring my brain so that I can even communicate with these people, with these giant moving shapes that are all around me? And the answer is because you need stuff. You need stuff and you need to be, taken care of, and that the verbalization allows for achieving what you need in life. And that the more that you do that in your daily life and become an adult, we still use verbalization to advocate for ourselves and achieve what we need in life. So it is a pro-survival tool to be verbal. However, what we need is an off button, because the very tool that we develop in this cultural context to be able to communicate with others ends up being the very thing that makes us have gutter balls and go into the membrane of death, as opposed to being constantly connected to a beam of light or a cord of light, to this divine presence that is here, that always guides us, nourishes us, and tells us exactly where to go and exactly what to do. We're constantly talking in our mind, makes it very hard to hear this thing that is higher self, being person that is higher self, that is self state actually, that also wants to communicate to us, but in a different way than verbalized human language. It wants to communicate to us through finer senses, which is what the higher faculties are, through pure insight. So insight here is non-verbalized comprehension and perception. This Christ consciousness state of being and perception is not the same as the daily waking consciousness here, where you verbalize something. That's why the translation between having an insight here and then being able to put it into words here can oftentimes mean a watering down, a dilution. When I say watering down, a dilution or diminishment of what the real insight was. Kind of like if you have a beautiful bouquet of flowers and then you have to get it through like the mail slot of person's front door. So you kind of like squash it flat, stuff it through the mail slot, like it comes through the other side, but not in the same form that it was in at all. There's this flattening out or diminishment of the original concepts and their clarity as a concept is even put into words. I noticed this as soon as I came here as a walk-in 20 years ago. And that is why initially a lot of my communication was just like these paintings here and these drawings on my dresses, that I would just do extensive drawings because I felt, wow, language is so inadequate. I'm squashing all of my flowers to try to get them through the consciousness mail slot into people's minds, and that this is not an effective way to communicate. And so, yeah, I would just do lots and lots of these drawings. And it's also one reason why I do a lot of work with music, music being just pure tones and harmony, being a way of communicating and self-expression beyond verbalization, and also bringing people into different emotional states through music. Let me just drink a little more. Thank you for understanding. I need to drink a lot. I have ginger in my juice too. That's what that is. To be able to communicate more effectively through these non-verbal tools, basic truths of insight into the world. And then, of course, there's my telepathic quote unquote email blasts, which I continually invite people. If you want to be on my telepathic email list, just signal your consent. Yes, Angela's holding up her hand. Yes, she consents. You guys can consent here in video. You can consent in the chat, or you can just consent in your heart by nodding inwardly and be like, yes, I consent. Because like I send out all of these, I don't want to be spam, but I send out all of these thought forms, and then they just kind of wait in your telepathic inbox until you want them, or if you want them, and if not, they will go elsewhere. But yes, because I'm big on consent, and you'll start to see why from this teaching. So wait, okay, I think before I go any further, I'm pausing my mouth. I'm reading through some of these chats while they are still relevant. Then I will refer back to my notes. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Melissa, for bearing with me. She says, concerning incoming unwanted thoughts, I clothe the thought in FRL, beautiful, to use as a tool to clear or balance the perturbations, beautifully done, as a reorganizational tool, putting energies back in their more proper place of freedom. Huzzah, I celebrate, I cheer. The flying rainbow lasagna is one incredibly effective tool that can be used in terms of what do we do with these putis? What do we do when we encounter these fragmentary thought forms, these negative thought forms, these perturbations? What do we do? So in today's class, I'm going to talk all about, and thank you, Melissa, so much. I'm hugging you. Thank you for sharing your particular approach to applying FRL to your unique experience of going through time. And it's so helpful when people do, like, embody this and then share, here's how I use this tool. Here's how I have found it works effectively in my own life. Very, very good. Flying rainbow lasagna as a tool for rearranging reality. Flying rainbow lasagna as a tool for genetic rectification, because you're going to start to understand that the quote unquote back doors that the software program or operating system, quote unquote, all analogies here, you're a real biological person, not a computer, but your back doors that come in with the software program that is known as human language. Humans didn't actually create human language. And this is the big secret that I'm going to let out of the cat's out of the bag today. And if you read my notes, you'll also be understanding this too. I'm going to get to this work by Carlos Castaneda. Rectifying the genetic vulnerabilities that have been, you've been modded. You are the genetically modified version of whom you originally were, that would be remembered as a mythological time of immortality. You're an immortal. We all are immortals, and we have been genetically modified to experience this mortality form. The flying rainbow lasagna is a rectification, genetic rectification tool to be able to return your DNA code and the behavior, the dance of your DNA, to its unmodified state or post-modification state. You don't just have to rewind in time, rewind back to who you were. You can actually be who you were, be who you are now, and then move beyond it, like the post-modification state, that where then you are empowered to be able to deal with what happens if something comes along and tries to modify me, like you're learning through all of this. So flying rainbow lasagna, and I'll get more into exactly how to apply this, what to do in terms of dealing with the putis. Toning. So T is here today, although she's in a wildly different time zone than Pacific time. So it's, you know, I know it's hard for her to tune in. Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Me and T, who is named Patricia, are working together. Yes, thank you for being here, even though I said you're in a very different time zone. We are working together on a vocal toning workshop. So this is something that I gave a brief teaser or allusion to in a little video on Patreon, what to do about the stuff that's living on those membranes, because those membranes that contain consciousness residues of ones who did not die well are actually inside of our bodies and are in many ways perturbations limiting us. So I've been learning some wonderful vocal techniques that Patricia does for herself that I've been modeling my body on too, because it's kind of like when someone's an athlete and you're like, that's how you do your running, like that's how you do your weightlifting, like I'm going to model and learn on that. So I've been learning a lot from her, and then we're putting it together into a workshop that then can be taught to others. It's ways of singing up the chakras in order to clear out the, for lack of a better word, crapola, the detritus that is stored up on there. Patricia, do you want to do, I don't want to put you on the spot. You want to do like a...
I think you already did. You took me by surprise. I needed to have a glass of water. It's okay.
No, not at all.
It's okay. No, I'm joking.
I'll do
it's such a...
singing. You want to sing together? And you've also, in order to do...
Why don't you
say?
You want to just go ahead and do it? You like to go so fast. I mean, you're always so fast. As you like, but definitely I would like them to know that that they have such a powerful tool inside. And really, guys, I had something to tell you, and we didn't get the chance to share it yet. It's just science, you know, now I get it. It's really just, guys, we have something that it's about time. I'm not saying that I have the perfect way to use it, but I really get amazing results. And I'm so happy. Once I heard Aurora mentioning that toning is revolutionary. That's when I knew that finally someone gets it. And it's always Aurora who gets everything, you know? So I said, no, I gotta get in touch with her and give her the rest of the symphony. And I'm sure maybe many of you heard them before or something, but each one probably used them differently. And I would love you all to share what you know during that workshop if you'd like to join, but it's a pity not to. So we're going to be sharing all of your ways of toning, and then I'm going to be sharing my ways, and then we'll come up with better and better with your input every time, because I'm sure you guys have beautiful voices, and you have an angel's voice with us, angelic voice, you know, so it's going to be so amazing. You know, I'm so super excited. I'm not even getting any sleep. You know, the first few days I wasn't getting any sleep because it's so exciting, guys. And I feel you need it every time. Like, you know, this we're all kind of broken, and even me alone, having it alone, I was always like still broken. So I think it's all together. You know, I think we're yeah.
Thank you. So yes, that workshop is still in development. We will share it with you very soon, and I'm going to mute you, not because I don't want you to talk, but just for the sake of the recording. We will be sharing that soon as we've got things set up. I bring it up now because it's one of the tools in the toolbox for using your voice, one's voice, and you don't have to be a perfect opera singer to be able to do this. It's an empowerment tool to be able to sing your way up the chakras. And as you're going, it's kind of like cleaning out. You could think of it as scrubbing with Windex, grinding away, clearing away those pooties. And I find it to be very effective because, as I mentioned, and was Charlie B, you're here, and I was referring to your email, and thank you for your thoughts and your cogent analysis and everything that you shared in there. That's why I sent it out to everyone. The idea of being in neutrality that I found in my own journey when I would be dealing with these thought form perturbations, these pooties, these negative thought forms, negative because of the impact they had on my journey. When I would be like talking against them, stop doing that to me, this is this and this is this, or like going into a big diatribe, like it's kind of like shaking my fist at the sky. It's that version of that same feeling structure. I was making food for them. I was feeding into them. I was giving them gestation and energy for them to even then be magnified more and more. because it's part of that tensegrity, pushing and pulling, pushing and pulling, pushing and pulling against it. The rejection creates a bond as much as attraction creates a bond. And I find that the vocal toning allows me an effective tool as something that I can do, as opposed to just like, you shouldn't just sit there and have to have piranhas eat away at you. You know, piranhas are like these fish. If you fall into the Amazonian river, then they will just like, chomp, 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 and they'll eat away at you down to the skeleton. No, you should not just have to sit there and allow energetic piranhas in the form of these thought forms to just chomp away at you. And meanwhile, you're sitting there like, I'm meditating, like chomp, chomp, chomp. Like, it should not be like that. So we have to have empowerment tools, but the empowerment tools should be something other than going against. And the toning is very neutral in the sense of singing up your own chakras. And you might notice a catch in your voice where you're like, oh, and then it kind of goes, like a little bit of a sound, and then it clears out again. You know that like the record just hit a skip. Old-fashioned record, like record for playing a song. So sometimes it's going fine, and then, oh, it hits a skip. There's a scratch or some fingerprint on the material there. And then you either have to clean your record or, you know, fix it in some way. That's exactly what's happening with the song of your life in your chakras. So vocal toning as another effective tool. And because I'm going to reference Carlos Castaneda as I get more into my notes, this is something that I learned from these works. So Carlos Castaneda is an author. He's not alive anymore. He wrote a series of books that became quite well known in what was not even called the New Age community, but maybe the 1970s. And it was a formative, I think, body of work for many people who read them, worth delving into, as long as you understand that his work is allegory and fictional composite narrative, not, as it was originally presented, a scholarly non-fictional work as an anthropologist learning about the teachings of the Mesoamerican or South American shamans of a particular tribe. So to reiterate in a different way, Carlos Castaneda, this is roughly like the early 1960s, but he released the books beginning in the 1970s, presented himself as an anthropologist, truthful, that had gone and interacted with this shamanistic culture or wisdom teachers from a particular tribe in Mexico and South and Central America, and was learning their teachings of what he called like magic and sorcery, and a really interesting worldview and perception that relates to what I'm talking about today in terms of those pesky occupiers of the interstices and the hacked human operating system of your mind. However, he presented his work as fully non-fictional. And it must be understood that what he actually did was he did meet with people, he learned a lot of wisdom stories, and then he created composite characters. So the character of Don Juan, he's the teacher character. Please don't misinterpret that as like there was an actual person named Don Juan. There was many shamans that Carlos Castaneda talked to, and he kind of morphed all of them into the character of Don Juan and used this as an opportunity to present these teachings. The teachings are allegorical, the teachings are fictional, they have a very good impact on the reader. So in the books, you read all through these different books, and then you finally get to the active side of infinity, where there's the big reveal, where Don Juan tells you about the things I'm going to tell you about right now. And all of this is about developing the levels of acceptance that are necessary. Love, tone, I'm going to accept what I see and experience, so that when you start to get this information that comes in through this tendril of attention, as information starts to come in, you don't go wildly out of balance with all the things that are happening about. But the teaching, and this is, I didn't do this teaching in the lesson about food, is that not only do you eat, but you are eaten. You are food. You are food, or you have been neurolinguistic programming. Up until this point, you have been created as food for otherworldly creatures. And it is our focus in terms of human liberation and the abstract concept of freedom, which is what I am here and exemplify as Aurora. My spine gets higher. My Aurora Collective is all about going from place to place and enforcing cosmic law and the precept of the foundation of freedom and who and what you are. That's a basic definition of who and what you are as an alive being. in many ways, the hacked human operating system and the software backdoors that were placed into humanity happened happened not only as a result and create the result of loss of freedom, and that you have been created with the intention of you emitting negative emotions or lower emotions as food for negative thought forms or fragmentary thought consciousness. So, I'm using the word negative as something that means you're going to bring you into a gutter ball. It's going to bring you towards the membrane of death. These are literal occupiers of the membrane of death. How did they get there? It's a long story, but let's just say that they have or had the potential to be able to be embodied creatures as we are. We are embodied creatures. I woke up this morning, I had like a beautiful cup of coffee and some beautiful almond bread that I make for myself. And I fed my physicality, biological, bioform structure. It is positive to be in this state because, and it's not a punishment, it's not a purgatory. From this state, you can grow. You're right now in the moment of potential of being able to eat, ingest, learn, grow, transform, and become the perfectly coherent form of light that is your true heritage, and it's who you were in the past and it's who you will be moving into the future, when even you redefine the words past and future as being moot points or words that have zero meaning anymore. But that's you. You are this pure light being. But for right now, you're in a material embodiment state. That's a positive state because it allows for change, growth, healing, a new perspective. This is really one of the big answers to mommy, daddy, why am I here? Mommy, daddy, why am I here? Like, why am I in a body? Like, why do I have to eat food? Like, why do I have to do all these things? Why do I have to brush my teeth? And the real answer is, little person, I'm pretending like I'm talking to, a child or whatever, that when you were just an angel in heaven, or when you were just a disembodied thought form, that you didn't have a chance to learn and grow and change and rearrange the puzzle pieces of who you are, and even change the shape of the puzzle pieces of who you are. And that in coming into embodiment form, you get an opportunity to eat, to learn, to grow, to have interactions, to be on the soul refinery journey. I swear I'm not going to sing the song from Soul Train. That soul refinery journey to be able to go into a higher dimensional state. And that's, like I was referring to, the loss of my cat and how much that affected my emotions and how much I cried down here in the orange level of feeling sad, of wanting to shake my fist at the sky and say it's not fair. All of those feeling states I would not feel if I was simply, quote unquote, an angel floating on a cloud, doing the backstroke, floating on a cloud. Everything's great. Everything's fantastic. I don't feel these downer emotions at all. I don't feel this. I don't have to cry. I don't feel sad. I don't feel that because from that perspective, you see the totality of everything. And you're like, oh, I see this, and I see this happened, and I see this happened, and this happened. And all of it just adds up to making a stronger and stronger love tone. However, from my perspective here at being embodied, I'm in the water. I'm not up above the water, up above the river, looking at how the current of time flows. I'm embedded in the current of time. And so I was not able to see and understand all of the higher perspective of why that event happened. And I felt those feelings. I also have beautiful human friends who have died and passed on along the way. And believe me, I cry a lot about them too. So I don't want you to think that I'm like cold or heartless, or that I don't feel sadness about humans. And I'm smiling, like not like an idiot, but I want you to know, like, yeah, I have a deeply felt feelings also of my human friends that have passed on. And that affected my soul consciousness. And, they helped me on my journey a lot, I'll tell you. Just as much as there are negative occupiers of the interstices, I feel like there are very positive thought forms out there that I've experienced, of humans that I knew in life that have passed on, or our paths have diverged, but they, from their peripheral vantage point over here, are talking to me a lot and saying, like, go here, do this, like, I'm helping you out, or advocates of from a higher level. So that definitely is truthful also. Like, I want to give thesis and antithesis. I want to give them equal senses, that there are very positive, not only coherent thought forms that are ascended masters, that are you in a future divine state. And there are also, if you have friends or family or ancestors who have passed on, positive influences in terms of the reverberation of your mind state. That's how you can think of these thought forms that are perturbations that might be around you in the chakra system that's around you. It is a reverberation of the one who was here in life. So when you're here in embodiment in life, you're sending out thought forms and reverberations, and you have a particular trajectory. When you hit the membrane of death or when you die, you know what happens? Your song continues onward for a certain amount of time, and it can be a good song, and it can actually be something that is positive, that helps others. So I feel like I have a lot of good songs that are also around me and influential on my journey while I'm here, that are very loving and very positive presences, that also are the counter, the foil, the balance to the negative thought forms that are those that in life or in whatever experience they had some thing that needed to be healed, is a neutral way of saying it, but had something, diseased or uncomfortable or in need of healing inside of them, some lower emotion, that was their song, and that song kept playing. And also sometimes it can be unresolved trauma. What can be stuck on the membranes of death, sometimes in its most neutral description, can be unresolved trauma. And so I'm also going to I'm getting my techniques. I want to go through my techniques and then go to the rest of the questions and then go back to my notes. What to do with unresolved trauma. The singing and the toning definitely helps in terms of that. I have many different somatic trauma release exercises that I'm learning about, because trauma gets stored up in your genetic behavior. That would be ancestral trauma, in the muscles and fascia and posture and tendons of your body, like the way that your body moves. Negative emotional experiences and traumatic experiences can literally change the way your body works, can change the cell to cell signaling or communication system throughout your body. In the teachings of Don Juan from Carlos Castaneda, one of the things that he teaches about is also called recapitulation, which is another really good technique. So after I read through some of these other things, I'll teach you what that is. Recapitulation, it is a breathing in of all of the energy that a negative thought form or a putti has taken from you in order to create itself into reality. Like, we give birth to them a lot of the time unwittingly and unwillingly. Energy is siphoned off of us through the back doors of the hacked human operating system to feed and give buoyancy to these beings that are in kind of a limbo state between worlds. They are, or you can consider them to be semi-alive or parasites or analogous to viruses, that they do not have the capacity to eat and metabolize and reproduce on their own, but they use you as a host to do so. And in that sense, they have taken a lot of their energy for beingness and existence directly from you. Recapitulation is a breathing in, and then also on the out breath, a release, consciously clearing away all of the emotional detritus that can also include the pain of not having that energy. Like, if I'm a negative thought form over here and I'm going to steal $10 from you so that I can have an energy bank account because I don't eat food anymore, but then you don't have $10, and then you walk around being like, my posture's bad and I feel bad about myself because I don't have $10. So there's the initial injury of having energy stolen from you, then whatever this thing said to you or made you feel, and then also the deficit, that you walked around in deficit for a certain amount of time. The breathing out is the healing of all of that. Breathing out the inadequacies, breathing out the pain, and breathing out the repercussions, the dominoes that fell because this initial domino fell over here. I'll get more into all of that, but before I do so, to recap briefly, synopsize. When you encounter these negative thought forms, remaining neutral and going into no thank you is an effective tool. Flying rainbow lasagna as a way of transforming your genetic behavior and beginning to close the back doors. Also, flying rainbow lasagna is used as a tool to send them to entropy or remove the energy that they have taken from you. Get back your $10. Recapitulation is a way of breathing back your energy, again, in neutrality. And although it is a recognition that thing exists, you don't have to live in ignorance of the piranhas eating away at you. They exist. You don't have to just pretend, la, 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 there's no piranhas here. You can actually acknowledge them without feeding them. You take back your energy, and you also expel any pain that might have happened from the time when you were in energy deficit. And I think that there's one more that I'm just not coming up with right now. I'll get to the other. So recapitulation, I'll get to the other ones too. Don't worry. The toning was the other one. Thank you. So yeah, and you notice that a lot of these have to do with breath and breath work. Toning and singing up the chakras and using your voice as the type of emotional Windex to clean out those interstices involves breath. The recapitulation also involves breath, and it involves a lot of this chakra here, along with this chakra here, and the tendril of attention that sticks out and moves across the horizon. I'll teach you all about that. And Flying Rainbow Lasagna does involve breath, but it's also a genetic dance that I think is like just the topper of all of this. So, okay, I haven't even gone through these questions, comments. Let me go. Questions, comments from Patricia. She says, compassionately witnessed back into love. Beautiful comment. Phoenix Rising asks, what would be the distinction between slowed down and positive versus slowed down and negative? Can something be sped up and negative as well? Really good questions. The real answer to these, and positive and negative, are contextual and somewhat judgmental language structures that I'm using here in order to even communicate to you guys. Positive and negative has to do with whether it leads you either towards everlasting light, life, and light. I know my words misspoke, but I think it wasn't it was a conscious, unconscious, super conscious mischaracterization. Towards eternal life and towards eternal light. Coherent thought forms that go up the center of the diagram of the time vortex that lead you in the direction of eternity and eternal consciousness would be considered positive life forms of whatever rate they are moving. I would define negative life forms, thought forms, as anything that is going to bring you out of that perfect alignment and make you go towards the membrane of death, out of your trajectory, towards the gutters of the bowling alley of your life, taking you off course. And in case you haven't noticed, the beings that occupy the interstices, they are mainly these, negative thought forms that they themselves did not have a successful trajectory. They didn't make it out of here. They are still circulating around in here, but they're kind of stuck where they are, like we're stuck. And not only that, we're stuck, but we're mad that we're stuck. And I don't like that you're alive. I'm in the voice of the Pootie. I don't like that you're alive. I don't like that you're eating and enjoying your food. I don't like that you're feeding your thought forms in the future as a coherent light being and becoming a divine avatar. I'm angry and jealous of you, and I want to harm you on your journey. And I'm going to be the peanut gallery. I'm going to be the critical voice. I'm going to be saying and doing all the thoughts. Sorry, there's sirens out the window. Saying and doing all the things I possibly can do to kind of pull you over into my world, into the world of the limbo world or the hell realm or what, the denser realm, the interstices, that they kind of feed off of the living and then even try to quote unquote take prisoners or get those who are circulating around in the area of the time vortex that is called quote unquote being alive to hit the membrane of death and go into the interim realm and then be there and be fed upon, to be fed upon the way that piranhas would feed upon you in life, but also to take all of that while you are in death or in your astral world of your genetic sweater then being unfurled when you're ready to go back to the beginning. That unfurling process can be instantaneous, like boom, I learned my life lessons, here's my cosmic math homework, here's all the mistakes I did wrong, I'm going back to being a ball of yarn, and now I'm going to go back to the beginning and try again. Or that can be like one loop at a time, one loop, one loop, I'm pulling out another loop, like that's what I'm talking about, that there can be these whole civilizations that have maintained themselves on the misery of others who are not only alive, but who are their prisoners or captives, or for lack of a better word, victims, survivor experiencers that are then taken into the membrane of death. And a good example of this would be, let's say, alcoholism. Alcoholism is called no judgment on anyone that has any abuse issues, substance abuse issues, or that is in sobriety. Please do not take any projection from this on anyone who's in this class or anyone who watches this video. And I love you and respect you on your journey of becoming sober. I use alcoholism because in this time and place, it is often described as the family demon, like Ernest Hemingway, who was an alcoholic, and then that got passed on down to his granddaughter's generation. Then she was well known as an actress in Hollywood who was also an alcoholic. The idea is that it's a family demon. It's occupying the DNA structure and then bouncing down through the time structure and then occupying subsequent generations if it is not healed. And that alcoholism as a negative or quote unquote demonic thought form can even cause the death of the person who's the experiencer. That not only is it a torture and a torment during life, but then it can actually make you a gutter ball, for a non-judgmental language, trajectory that goes to the membrane of death, where then you become the prisoner of that thing that tortured you during your life. And this happens also in terms of drug abuse, and this can happen also in other familial negative behavior patterns and I would say pain patterns. Pain is a better way of saying it. You know, the occupiers of the interstices, that is accumulated pain. And what you are doing when you heal your own body and you heal your own chakra structure is healing the pain of the cosmos. And this is big. You're healing God's pain. You're healing the cosmos, cosmic fabric pain. You are healing the pain of time itself. So all of these perturbations and what I call negative thought forms that are around you, when they cluster around you, they're basically saying like, here's a pain signal, pain, 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 something is in pain. And that I am giving you tools about meditation, how to move through time, how to have frictionless movement through time, how to heal these perturbations, and also how to avoid going into the interstices yourself, because these pain signals, if they have a huge impact on your life, they can draw you astray. That's the most neutral language I can use. They can draw you to then crash into the membrane of death, where then you are emitting the energy of your life, the residual song of your life into them. And then they're like, oh, great. Thank you. Thank you for the 10. I'll take that $10. I'll take that $20. I'll take that from you. I'll take that from you. And that's like the very agonizingly slow dissolving of your own ego structure as you then try to reassemble back at the beginning for another game over, try again. Let me go back into more. So can something be sped up and negative as well? I think that I answered that question. And that's a really very good perspective, very insightful question. Thank you so much, Phoenix Rising. And thank you for your presence and for your thoughts in the class here. Patricia also says, that is why holographic inserts are so damaging, because people think they are seeing something that really isn't there. Putti technology. Very well said. This now speaks to the difference between sacred shadow work and something that is an illusion of false light. And so that's a real challenge, because I said at the beginning of this presentation, in interacting with the puttis, or the negative thought forms, some of them do emanate from you. Like literally, you could think of them as radio signals that you emitted on your journey that you are now re-encountering, just like, you know, on Earth. So here's Earth, and here's like the original radio signals that were sent out, you know, whatever, in the 1920s or 1930s. And now here's a little spaceship flying off of Earth, and that spaceship flies out here, and boop, 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 it re-encounters those original radio broadcasts from, you know, the 1920s or 1930s. It's almost like a type of residual consciousness, archiving something that happened. And we are doing that in our lives also. Whatever you're thinking and feeling, you're emanating it, just like quote unquote radio waves that are coming off quote unquote the planet of you. And at a certain point, you will fly off into space, quote unquote, using your natural space vehicle, not a clank metal spaceship. And you will re-encounter your thought forms that you emanated, both positive and negative. And the real learning in a pristine system is being like, oh, I emanated that thought over there, and now I'm encountering it again over here, and it's going to cause this pain to me unless I do something about it. That's the real viewpoint that is like about real healing. I'm sorry, I need to drink a little bit more. Real healing, real rectification, real non-duality, real non-judgment. But another thing, pardon me, another thing that must be recognized is that there are some space races or interdimensional races that have their civilizations that have learned to sustain themselves over millennia, very long, almost uncountable numbers of years, through this practice of feeding off of the living and using those of us that eat physical food and are embodied as their food. And that they have also developed technology, as Patricia mentions, that are holographic inserts or illusions. So just as your pineal gland and your Christ chakra can be the imagination that emits reality and projects reality around you, there can also be a false movie projector that projects a false reality that is not truthful and does not have to do directly with who you are as a person, in terms of your sacred shadow is the negative inverted aspect of self, and you do have a lot to learn from it. But just a random projection from a bunch of technology using space aliens that decide to go around suppressing others and taking away their freedom, you have less to learn from. Although, of course, if you dilate up to the level of God and you're like, oh, wait, these negative technology using extraterrestrials that are going around using thought form holographic insertion technology to suppress other aspects of myself are also aspects of myself. But that's learning from the level of godness. That's different than your individuality structure here and what you're emitting as an individual person, and taking responsibility for what you've emitted as an individual off of your personal quote unquote planet, and then re-encountering your own thought forms. So this takes a whole lot of sophistication to be able to determine a distinction between these two types of thought forms that we are experiencing: sacred shadow work versus technologically induced illusion, which is not even the natural illusion that is known in the Far East as Maya, or the illusory nature of reality that is transcended through Buddhahood and the aspirations of the practices of meditation and various different work that is done through that philosophy or practice structure. I know, what a lot of words that was to try to say, but very good word that Patricia used: putti, technology, the sense of these guys and gals that are stuck on the interstices that have created whole apparatuses for energy harvesting. And language, the implantation of language at the solar plexus chakra of humanity, is part of that energy harvesting structure. You know, instead of keeping teasing you on this, even though I know that there's more things to scrolling, it's making me a little dizzy. I want the technology and the way, but I want to wait. Let me read through. I want to get the teaser, but let me read through. This is from Aaron. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comment. Let me read what he says while this is still relevant, so I don't go on too further. He says, Aurora, as I begin to dip my toes into the waters of unconditional love, I begin to sense the many distortions present within self. It seems that there is resistance to move past these increasingly complex levels of distortions, which perhaps dips into my energy bank account to resolve into alignment. This has led into feelings of exhaustion, as there is always another distortion past the one being resolved. Do you have any tips regarding this as we continue to bolster our spiritual muscles? Thank you so much. Thank you. Really insightful question. And you're correct. It seems part of the game plan or agenda of these, they're like parasites that drain energy away. It's like army of darkness, like there's an endless number of them, like it seems that there's an endless number of them, that they keep on going, and that they keep on splitting themselves and refracting themselves more and more and more and more and more. So there are overarching, like, when you want to, on your computer, like select all, then move all to trash. There are like generalized ways of doing, instead of clicking on individual files, like that one, go to trash, that one, go to trash. You can spend your whole entire life clearing out your emails, just a one by one, boring, tedious, and again, that is a disservice to the actual practice of being alive, which being alive is about being in the moment now. Unconditional love and the tone that we create is really about being in the moment now, not an endless doing of the dishes or cleaning of the dirty laundry of all the things that are preventing us from being in the moment now. So the answer is there are some ways of doing a big giant net or a big giant sweep, like a big giant mop, where I'm going to mop up all of these things at once and then put them into where they need to be, or rectify many, many things at once. And I'm going to get into some of these different practices. So the answer is yes, because otherwise it would be incredibly exhausting, and you're not supposed to have to spend all of your time at doing just cleanup and recapitulation. The real answer is that when you get to this level of unconditional love, and then also these higher faculty levels here, and you start to really live and exist, perceiving the world through this lens and through this perspective, as opposed to here through the hacked human operating system, we see the world differently or perceive the world differently. And also you get an energetic metabolism, so that when these things start to come into your energy field, fling, like they get flung off. They can't, you begin to be like moving so fast at such a fast rate with all of your chakras moving around you, that they kind of like, boom, like they try to come into you. Piranhas try to come in to eat, boom, they get flung away. That is the goal of what all this meditation is about. Meditation is about raising one's individual rate of metabolism inside the chakras of your body, moving at a faster and faster rate, so that at a certain point, not only, like, when you have a fast metabolism, like you eat a donut, bam, you burn it off that fast. You eat like whatever, like a giant piece of fried chicken, bam, you burn it off that fast, as opposed to a slow metabolism where it's like, I ate one piece of fried chicken. It's taken me several weeks to kind of process that through my body and get it, out of my body. Having a fast energy metabolism means that we can process our emotional experiences faster. And so what that would feel like in experienced reality, let's say you have a conversation with someone and they like pee and poop all over you. Like, you're a bad person, you're this and you're that and you're that, and you internalize all that stuff and you go home. Then if you have a fast energy metabolism, even in the moment, you kind of fling it all off. Like, I fling off your arrows, and you might even respond in the moment. Like, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Stuff it. Stuff it. Throw it out the window. I'm out of here. And that's like the ideal way to be. But many people are moving at a slower energetic and emotional rate, where those arrows come inside, they're internalized, and then you come home from the party or wherever the person wherever you had the negative conversation, your shoulders are down, like, wow, I feel terrible. This person said all these things to me, and now I have to think about this, and I have to think about this. And you can tell from my face, from my shoulders, from my everything, I'm so down, I'm so down. And it can take many days of thinking about it and moving through it and processing it emotionally until finally it releases, it comes out, poop it out, or release the wastes of the end result of processing the emotions. And then you come to understand, oh, they said this because of this, I responded because of this, I'm over it and done with it now, and now I'm back to my foundation level, or I'm back to my factory settings. But that, or like a bad breakup, whatever it is, a negative or you get perturbed, you get all out of balance. One gets out of balance from interacting with some people. There's a lot to learn from it, so we shouldn't just live in isolation and not interact with people. But the idea is, if you have a fast energy metabolism, one is able to respond in the moment and not even have to internalize those arrows that in some ways, something that is not even personally directed at you, at one. And many times the arrows are just pain arrows that are coming from another person, either embodied or not embodied. And they're like, pew, 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 I'm shooting you with my pain arrows. Like, I hate you, you're bad, blah, 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 bad about you, bad about you. And if you're going slowly and you don't have your shields up, and the arrows get inside you, you feel terrible, and then you walk home, your shoulders are down. And then it takes a long time to take them out, kind of understand and realign and get back into who you really are. My spine goes up, you can tell. And when you're at the level of love and above, it's really this perspective of, that guy's shooting me with pain arrows. That guy's full of pain. That person needs their pain to be recognized and validated, but it's not my job to internalize that pain as an attack on my own self, soul, and it's definitely not my job to feed them. So a big teaching lesson from here, big takeaway from here, is the sense of, there are these energetic parasites that exist on the membranes of death. It is not your job to sustain them with your energy. It's not anyone's individual job. I'm not speaking only to one person in this class. In everyone who is watching this video, it is not your individual job to sustain the parasitic consciousnesses that exist on the interstices. Largely, it must be acknowledged that they are there because they made their own life choices through moving through the time vortex, which is a refinery of soul consciousness that led them to be residues that are stuck there. And they might be like, help me, I'm stuck here and I'm hungry and I want you and I want to eat you and I want your pain and I want this and that. I'm going to do this and that to you. And the compassionate view or response to them is not, oh, I feel so bad for you. Like, here, have $10. Have $10, that way you'll be sustained. And if we all give $10 to this guy over here, then somehow he won't, live in a horrible world of pain and suffering. But that's the antithesis of what you really want to do. It's not your job to sustain them. And also, you need your own energy. You actually have 100 units of energy that are meant for the sustenance of your own beingness and for your own ability to go back to light speed up here. And they squandered away and frittered away their own life energy. And the thing that they need to do is go to entropy. What they need to do in order to cease their pain or their sorrows is to go into a level of entropy, which is I usually signify as this point of the flying rainbow lasagna. This is totality state and energy and having a lot of money in your energy bank account. And then this is the non-being state. The beings that are on the interstices, that are the accumulated pain residues of the cosmos that actually are there due to like cosmic time wars that happened millennia ago, like an almost uncountable number of years ago from our perspective. Those guys are still hanging around as echoes, 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 and they're really still in pain. The way that they get to be out of pain is not through parasitism or energy contributions from us. It is through going into entropy, entropy as a painless state of non-being, not a hell, not a purgatory, not a burning in eternal fires, but a place where they can go where the song is not played anymore. No more volition, no more existence, no more being. So when I read to you about these parasites, parasitic consciousnesses that have literally farmed humanity in human coops, the way that humans farm chickens in chicken coops, and we've been farmed this way for, so many, all of human history, in order to create the lower vibration emotional food for beings that can't eat pure love. The answer is those beings, they should be able to eat pure love, but they can't because of a series of their own, poor choices, and they're, going down the gutter, but they're just going down the gutter of the bowling alley, like really, really, really slow. And they need to just go. They need to just go to entropy. Wait, let me just drink. Hold on. So I'll get more into the actual techniques. I said this is going to be a long recording. I knew it. Beautiful. Let me speak to Chloe Bell. She has, so wait, Aaron, that's my short, long answer. And the long answer is I'm going to get through more actual techniques as to how not to be exhausted by like the constant, you can imagine it like a battle. Oh, you see Cheeky's down over here. Sorry. My little dog, and Cheeky's an awesome warrior too. But to not always be like, blocking, fighting, fight, parry, block, that's not a quality of life. So I will get to what do we do? What's the giant way to select all and move all to trash? I will get to that, but I want to get through these. Chloe Bell says, I totally read them when you suggested it a few years ago, and I'm laughing that you are still giving the same disclaimer. Thank you. I'm very consistent in everything that I present. So yes, the books from Carlos Castaneda are worthy to delve into, and they've been part of many people's journey, as long as you recognize that they are composite fiction. T says, great, you are getting ready. We're gonna need your voice and singing skills, Aurora will be letting you know for sure. Yes, that's back to the topic of the vocal toning workshop. And these are life development skills in order to be able to have techniques for basically singing out those beings into the move to trash. I'm finding that the vocal techniques are one way that I'm able to do it throughout my day, so that I'm not constantly blocking, parrying, and have a good quality of life. And you don't have to be an opera singer to be able to do it. And you can even do it in small humming movements, humming through your chakras. So we'll talk to you more about that. Ross says, some of the most powerful books I've encountered on my journey, agreeing with you on there. Melissa says, Professor Farnsworth, that's from the Futurama. Good news, everyone. Professor Farnsworth, good news, everyone. You can now add the ephemeral ingredient to your own body and energy body. So if you ever get eaten, it is the lasagna that is only being offered. Bravo, bravo, Melissa. I applaud you and your reference to a funny show. And that is literally what I have been doing in my own recent experiences. I've had many challenges since the summertime that I feel have been a magnification or exacerbation of everything that I've been through and taught about and railed against. And I've been using my own teachings to go back into that. And one of the things that I think about is, like you're eating me as food, like eat lasagna food. And the lasagna food is then internalized into them in the sense of that which needs to go to entropy goes to entropy. If you want energy and thought forms from me, they will be lasagna flavored energy and thought forms, and then they will affect the entire civilization and the entire consciousness at that level, that it is teaching them to go to entropy when they need to go to entropy, and that's a positive thing. And that's also what a lot of the work that I did when I considered myself to be going through hell realms and having conversations with the occupants there, I would be like, well, have you considered entropy? Like, have you considered entropy as, I'm being a little bit lighthearted here, but as a solution or new way of doing something that you haven't done before to rectify your situation. Like Piranha, like instead of eating me, have you considered just like a starvation diet so that you will not need to do this anymore? Patricia says also holographic inserts are used to cause rifts in groups or individuals, as when someone does a remote view and sees something out of context and then forms harsh judgment based on falsehood. Understand what you're saying completely. Chloe says, hey, I have a question. Do you think that there is a large hive mind collective parasite outside of our realm that is affecting consciousness, or is it these putis as individual entities as parasites? It's both. Awesome question. It's both a composite conglomerate, like working for a giant corporation, and individual workers within that corporation. So it's a whole big giant pyramid scheme that's constantly bringing in new, you know what a pyramid scheme is? That's like when like 3 people start some kind of investment scheme and then you have to constantly get, oops, sorry, my scarf, constantly get new people to invest. The new investors are those who in life are involved in self-destruction or destroying others or being negative or feeding parasitically upon others and creating victimhood, or for lack of a better word, behavioral perturbations and issues in the people that they interact with. And then like at that party, that fictional party that I was talking about moments ago, where you talk to someone and they shoot you with their pain arrows, pew, 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 and then you feel bad in life. The guy that's shooting or the gal that's shooting, they are in training for the pyramid scheme on the membranes of death. That's the antithesis of like, oh, I'm going to my eternal life and I'm going to go upward through this time vortex and I'm going to hit eternal life. And that would be like when you are trying to be in love and help bolster others into the love tone, because love is all about giving and receiving. This is about like, I'm taken from you. Like I'm a parasite, I'm taken from you. Because some people love to shoot others down. I have a song all about that too. Shooting others down and then kind of reveling in their downfall and getting that energy from them, like I shot down and then I got energy from you, like I'm feeling better than you, or any of that type of negative condescension behavior is what people are doing in life that then makes them a part of the parasites are us club that is on the membranes of death. And when I say things like that, like, I'm not being perfect with my language, I'm being a little bit lighthearted because these are dark topics. So yes, there is a larger parasite that is the totality state that is here feeding, and then there are the smaller individuals who have joined the club that are sustaining the actions of the club that are part of it. I know that there's a lot more questions. Very good, Julie. I'm reading that private message that you're saying to me. And that awareness definitely helps you on your journey and helps you to be able to enzymatically unlock what is happening. Yeah, I will give you some really good techniques on it. Yes. She says yes to select all. So Patricia says, so lasagna is pre-programmed to sort and filter and act accordingly. Some of it is volitional, some of it is non-volitional or semi-volitional. I would consider lasagna to be autonomic in the sense that it is run by higher self-state, and in the same way that one's breath is autonomic. So breathing means you can, let's all consciously breathe in and consciously exhale. We can control it with our mind and with our willpower. Or when you're busy doing other stuff like typing on the computer or making food or whatever, like you have a part of yourself that continues the breathing in and out beyond your conscious willpower that is autonomic. Flying Rainbow Lasagna is similar. During my day, there are certain moments or times when I'm like, okay, lasagna time. I'm specifically sending things to entropy. I'm specifically rearranging DNA. I'm specifically sending out these patterns, these thought forms, and making my DNA move in particular structures. And there are other times when it is autonomic and it is simply going on as its own experience. Okay. And Chloe Bell says, yes, so much yes, that completely resonates and is my understanding. Parasite hierarchy. It is a hierarchy, definitely, because the guys at the top have been there for a very long time. When I say guys, you understand that I'm being non-gender specific here. I'm using some vernacular language to try to keep it lighthearted. But the ones at the top have been there for a long time, and they enjoy their top of the pyramid lifestyle, like they're in the executive offices. And then the guys or gals that are the new recruits at the bottom, they're like, oh yeah, they've got a lot of energy harvesting to do to try to achieve that unsustainable lifestyle of the guys at the top. So, okay, Now on to my notes. Teaser, enough teaser. What I want to do right now is read for you this quote that comes from Carlos Castaneda's book, Active Side of Infinity. So again, in the book series, he's talking with Don Juan. He's learning all these different practices and meditation techniques and all about the viewpoint of the ancient Mesoamerican sorcerers and how they looked at the world and different techniques for magic. And then finally he has this conversation with Don Juan where he's kind of like, kids, sit down, like I would finally tell you what's really up, what's really going on here. So quote, Don Juan says, we have a predator that comes from the depths of the cosmos and took over the rule of our lives. Human beings are its prisoners. The predator is our lord and master. It has rendered us docile, helpless. If we want to protest, it suppresses our protest. If we want to act independently, it demands that we don't do so. I have been beating around the bush all this time, insinuating to you that something is holding us prisoner. Indeed, we are held prisoner. This was an energetic fact for the sorcerers of ancient Mexico. They took us over because we are food for them, and they squeeze us mercilessly because we are their sustenance. Just as we rear chickens in chicken coops, the predators rear us in human coops, humaneros. Therefore, their food is always available to them. And Carlos says, no, like I can't take it. Don Juan goes on. No, Carlos says, this is absurd, Don Juan. What you're saying is something monstrous. It simply can't be true for sorcerers or for average men or for anyone. Don Juan says, why not? Don Juan asks calmly, why not? Because it infuriates you? You haven't heard all the claims yet. I want to appeal to your analytical mind. Think for a moment and tell me, how would you explain the contradictions between the intelligence of man, humanity, the engineer, and the stupidity of his systems of beliefs, or the stupidity of his contradictory behavior? Sorcerers believe that the predators have given us systems of belief, our ideas of good and evil, our social mores. They are the ones who set up our hopes and expectations and dreams of success or failure. They have given us covetousness, greed, and cowardice. It is the predators who make us complacent, routinary, and egomaniacal. And Carlos says, but how can they do this, Don Juan? And he's kind of angry by what Don Juan is saying. He says, do they whisper in our ears while we are asleep? Don Juan says, no, they don't do it that way. That's idiotic. They are infinitely more efficient and organized than that. In order to keep us obedient and meek and weak, the predators engage themselves in a stupendous maneuver. Stupendous, of course, from the point of view of a fighting strategist. Think army and warfare here. A horrendous maneuver from the point of view of those who suffered. That would be us, the embodied ones. They gave us their mind. The predators gave us their mind, the implanted, hacked human operating system. Don Juan says, do you hear me? The predators give us their mind, which becomes our mind. I'm going to read that again. The predators give us their mind, which becomes our mind. Break in the quote. That's what I was just talking about when I said when you're an infant and you come here and you learn individuality, ego self-state, and you begin to learn verbalization. That is the beginning of identification with the predator's implanted mind as self-state, but it is not self-state. Your true self-state is who you are in your nonverbal mind when you get to meditation. Back to Don Juan, he says, the predator's mind is baroque, contradictory, morose, filled with the fear of being discovered any minute now. And I think I know that even though you have never suffered hunger, this is talking to Don Juan again, even though you've never suffered hunger, you have food anxiety, which is none other than the anxiety of the predator who fears that any moment now its maneuver is going to be uncovered and food is going to be denied. Through the mind, which after all is their mind, the predators inject into the lives of human beings whatever is convenient for them. Hacked human operating system with backdoors for the ones who actually implanted it in us. That's me. Now back to the quote. And they ensure in this manner a degree of security to act as a buffer against their fear, which means they can always be like, no, I'm not. Like, no, I'm not. I'm not here. No, I'm not a predator. Like, no, this is your true mind. Stop thinking that thought. They can always do that too. Back to the quote. The sorcerers of ancient Mexico were quite ill at ease with the idea of when the predator made its appearance on Earth. Listen to this. They reasoned that man must have been a complete being at one point with stupendous insights, feats of awareness that are mythological legends nowadays, the time of the immortals, that's me. And then everything seems to disappear, and we now have a sedated man. What I'm saying is that what we have against us is not a simple predator. It is very smart and organized pyramid scheme. It follows a methodical system to render us useless. Man, the magical being that he is destined to be, is no longer magical. He's an average piece of meat. And there are no more dreams for man, but the dreams of an animal who is being raised to be a piece of meat, trite, conventional, and imbecilic. And that's the end of the quote. But what he's talking about then is that the genetically modified, the modded version of who you are, you weren't immortal, and now you are just a being that needs food to eat. And that all that you really dream about is having enough money to get to the grocery store, and having enough money to eat your food, and having enough campfire to cook it over and stay warm and stay safe in that way, from the magical, your magical magnificence of who and what you really are. Really profound quote there. That's why I included it and read it into this whole, and yeah, Patricia says describes the fall, quote unquote. Exactly. That's exactly right. And the fall is the fall from grace as it is depicted in the human Bible, the fall of Atlantis as it is remembered in the vestigial traces of our memory from the antediluvian race of immortals and great ones that we all are concurrently to whom we presently are. Yeah, and there, Patricia says, and their fall from eternal to parasitic. But I will say the fall of the consciousnesses that are parasitic, that happened such a long time ago and was really a fall from divine levels that, again, it has to do with cosmic history or exopolitics or a story that is so grand that I think I wouldn't even have time if I made this broadcast 8 hours. So, but I'm going long. I told you I'm going long on this broadcast. So because I'm on the work of Carlos Castaneda, one of the first things I want to do is teach you an actual exercise, and we'll do it all together with us right now. This is the Art of Recapitulation. It is something that Don Juan teaches to Carlos Castaneda in the books, and it's a tool that I have used in my life even before really, you know, like I don't use it that much now because I'm very much about flying rainbow lasagna and just the generalized send everything to the trash that needs to go. But this is a very effective tool for doing, for memories one by one or incidents one by one if something is troubling you. So the idea is that as you sit, and first of all, this is going to engage your foundation of unconditional love and meditate that we've achieved through meditation. And I'll circle back around to how to do meditation and all of that. Foundation of unconditional love, love tone is going. This is really going to engage your throat chakra and your breathing and in and out. Your eye of time, which is a tendril that sticks out in front of you like an elephant's trunk. And you're going to use that in order to sweep the horizon back and forth as you move, not your whole shoulders, but as you move your head back and forth, you're going to sweep the whole horizon with this thing that emanates outward from your brain, from your head, and also your crown, which is literally what turns you from left to right as you do this exercise. So use as the example, the person shot pain arrows at you at a party and you went home feeling bad. And now it's 10 years later and that's still reverberating in you somehow, still feeling the negative feelings. So like you're saying, you're sitting in meditation and that memory comes up. Instead of just being like, la, 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 I'm going to ignore it. I'm staying in neutrality. I'm not letting the piranhas are not eating me. Piranhas are not eating me. Instead of that, you can actually do a thing. So the thing that you do is, as you're sitting with your spine erect, you bring the tendril of your attention. I start all the way out to the right, and I start to breathe in. I'm breathing in through here as I touch on that memory, all of the energy that I left behind in that moment. And as I breathe in, I move my gaze across the entire horizon. Again, you've imagined that you sent this tendril out as far as you can send it out to the absolute, it's beyond the walls of my home. It's going all the way out to the horizon. There's a hill, it's even beyond the hill. And as I breathe in, I'm feeling it moving across the entire horizon as far as my eye can see. And as I breathe in, so I'm just moving my head like this, not my whole shoulders. Then like an old-fashioned typewriter, I then turn my head to the return journey. And I breathe out. And you can breathe out through your nose or your mouth, whichever one feels more powerful to you. The breathing out is the breathing out all of the detritus of the pain that you experienced from being in deficit all the things that you experienced as the negative domino effect from that initial pain arrow that went into you. So it's the reclamation of my energy that I left in that moment and an expellation of the perturbations that happened from that moment itself. And then when you do that, you are done. And you've literally reshaped your energy field. You're like working at the body shop. Your car got into a car accident. Instead of just pretending that the dent isn't there or the alignment of your tires isn't totally, going to the side, you're actually doing work with like a hammer or with that suction thing at the body shop. You're actually reforming the shape of your energy body. And so this is an actual practice that you can do when you're sitting in meditation and mindfulness and just observing yourself, and a painful memory comes up. Oh, that thing that happened in third grade, my teacher yelled at me and I felt bad. And then I never wanted to do math again. And the echo. I'm using that as a lighthearted example, but it happens to many people. Errant comment by one person in your life or in your development is a pain arrow, and it gets stuck in you, and then it causes a whole life cascade. Breathe in all of the energy that is you in the third grade being chastised by your teacher, and then exhale out any of the pain that was held inside of you. And instead of having a dent in your car chassis, all of a sudden your car chassis starts to go back into being the correct shape of the way it is supposed to be. This is a very powerful energy tool. As I said, it involves the breath. Your breath is very powerful in terms of how your energy field is shaped and how your DNA is behaving, and using it consciously in this way, along with the tendril of your attention. Your attention is, like I said, like a feeler, a sensor, an apparatus that can drink, it can take energy in, it can send energy out. And you use that in order to feel these memories that are literally surrounding you in your energy field. Bring back the energy from that moment, and then release or send out the pain that has been holding you back, that's not supposed to be there. Let me go and actually go through my notes. And also, if I know I've been going for 2 hours, if anybody needs a break or a drink of water or whatever, now might be a good moment, but I'm going to delve into the actual notes. You're all good? Everybody's good? Endurance. I love your endurance. Fabulous. Fantastic. Okay, moving onward. I got your yellow chakra right here. It is the level of your temporal ego, your definition of self as you are defined by being submerged in time. Aurora is a collective that exists outside of time and is a collective of consciousnesses. Aurora is an individual that exists in a human bio-body form with an epidermis and has a temporal ego, a definition of self-state of who I am in time. I exist in time. I wear this dress. I live at this house. That's my dog. These are all of the things that I use to describe and define who I am as Aurora in this moment. It is derived from my experience of moving through time, watching the film strip one frame at a time, as opposed to the giant expanded perspective, which is seeing everything as a big giant, all at once oneness grid. Raising energy up to unconditional love, the love tone. So this is the understanding that most of our energy fields are here at the red level, or if I go back to my chakra picture, I'll show you just very quickly on the chakra picture, because I'm going to start going fast in order to get through all this material. Here you can see, wait, let me get the annotation. Red actually is, down here. Let's say that we're starting at that level, and that what we are doing is spiraling upward in the soul refinement of who you are. This is what I mean when I say raise your energy. And you see my spirals get smaller and smaller, and then eventually they shoot at the top of your head. That means that your wavelengths get shorter and your frequency gets higher. The notes on the piano of you get higher and higher and higher. So we are starting from the lower end of the scale. And in the work that I'm doing with Patricia in vocal toning, that what you envision, you're envisioning down here, like at your bottom of your pelvis, as being your root chakra, and you begin with singing certain vowel sounds and tones down there, and you sing that note down there, then you sing up to orange, and you sing up to yellow, and you sing up to green, and you sing up to blue, and you sing up to blue, and then you sing up to violet, and then you can also travel by going up the top of your head. So this whole idea is, in this sense, the journey of moving from the general to the specific, even though it's a two-directional road. So we have both energy going in both directions. You have energy that goes from the lower notes up to the higher notes, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, white light. But then you also have a field of energy that goes white light, violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. And that would be like the ideas that are coming from the top down. I understand, Lyson, thank you so much. I know the class is going long today, so if anybody needs to hop out because this is a long class, absolutely, and that's why I'm doing the archive. So there is a two-directional road of going from red all the way up to violet and white light, and also white light circulating and descending down out into the larger and less specific generalities of the physical body that we inhabit. But for right now, in terms of our conscious volition, what we are doing is raising our energy from the lower chakras and focus of the physicality. And as I've described in other classes, the definition of what it is to be human for many, many years has been a physical body with mammalian midbrain structures, emotional structures, with the cerebral cortex, the convoluted outside surface of the human brain on top of that. Definition of what it is to be a human for a very long time, most of recorded human history. Then if for a long time, if you add in the green love tone, that would be considered like a yogi, a master, a very special person. But that is actually our basic self state. That is actually who we are as people. What defines us, the love tone, is who we are. It is the fulcrum or the balance point between lower self and higher self, which really is the full spectrum, which is really who you are. So don't even bother making a distinction between these two things anymore, but just trying to speak to the sense of when I recorded this, and also the sense of going on the journey of energy. So like if you're filling up a glass, if this is the chalice of you and you are filling up you with energy, down here is red and up here is violet. And as you pour more water or juice into the glass, the level of the liquid raises up. And this is a very good visualization that I have used with people to ask, I do need to drink, hold on. So I picked up that glass. Why, if a thought structure makes the level of the water in your glass of you go higher or lower? Some thoughts drain your energy down. Some thoughts make the level of your energy go up. That's another determinant of which thoughts you wish to ingest or align with or give birth to. When you wake up in the morning, after the unconscious state of sleep, all of your chakras are aligned and spinning perfectly. This is for most regular people. Until you activate the yellow mind and thoughts, and energy is sapped away through negative emotions. So what usually happens is the very first thing, get up in the morning, maybe not even open your eyes yet, and have a thought, whatever it is. It might be like, oh, gotta go to work, gotta get that coffee, gotta do this, gotta do that. Or maybe even like, oh, I don't like what's going on in my life, whatever it is. That thought impulse begins to radiate outward and begins to destabilize all of the other chakras. There's no judgment here. This is just like a description of like the heart pumps blood. This is what's been happening mostly for all of us, because you wake up in the morning, one wakes up with a complete energy bank that is full of all the energy that you need. And then it is through this impulse of the thought, verbalized thought mind, thinking these thoughts, that then like, I just spent $10 on that negative thought. And then I just spent $10 on that negative thought. And then sometimes even by lunch, it's like, I'm like out of energy. And then like, usually it's like, okay, my shoulders are tired. Like, I'm out of energy. I'm feeling so tired. It's only half of the day has gone by. I haven't even gone through the whole entire day. And the energy is gone. Where did the energy go? It got siphoned off by the very putis, the predator mind, the pyramid scheme thought structure of occupiers of the interstices, who are like, I see that you're an alive, awake being. I see that you just have been connecting to the source, which is where we get all of our ideas and energy from for regenerating and healing and sustaining your biological structure. Those guys on the interstices don't have a biological structure. They ain't got nobody. I want to sing this old song that says, I ain't got nobody. You know the song I'm talking about. Yes. I want to go into songs sometimes, but it's lighthearted, but it's distracting. But those guys on the interstice ain't got nobody. Yes, but we have a body and we eat food and we have energy that is meant to care for and nourish our body. And also we do have something that we are beholden to, We are beholden to ourselves as coherent light forms in the future. That is known as our chakras. Spoiler alert, your chakras are you. Your chakras are made of coherent light forms. You become a coherent light form when you no longer need to eat food and you eat nothing but love food. And each one of your chakras are avatars of world ages, those who have become ascended masters in the past. The beings that are this form that is around you, all of these colored light forms are life forms surrounding and interpenetrating the physical biological structure that is anthropomorphic or human shaped. Each one of these chakras is an ascended master, is the representative of a world age, and that is to whom you are beholden, and that is yourself in the future, and that is whom you eat for. Those are your children. Those are the ones that you want to actually gestate and feed. That is your true self. I need to give an equal amount of speechifying, verbalization, thought description, and emotional energy to describing in great detail those beings, because that is who and what we really are made of. So really, the perfect time body that surrounds you, that is made up of possibilities and probabilities, is a divine thought structure, is made of thoughts who are perfectly structured, perfect sets of behaviors, thoughts, and equations, the equation of you. They did the perfect math homework, and they exist, as I said, avatars. Avatar being Sanskrit, the word avatar, meaning one who has come across waters, a representative of a larger idea or entity from an otherworldly place that is embodied. There have been many avatars throughout time. I will talk about Christ consciousness and the avatar that we know that was a man 2,000 years ago whose name was Jesus or Iasis or Yeshua, depending upon which scroll or reportage you read about the actual historical man's life. He was an avatar of this level of consciousness. He was an avatar of this age. This level of Christ consciousness is a universal level of consciousness. Every single one of the chakras of your body has an avatar and is a coherent light form and is here to nourish, protect, and sustain you as a biological body form, as an individual, kind of floating along through your experience through time, or weaving through the river of time, and is meant to be absolutely a nourishing and guiding force to bring you to the moment when you become completely ascended, when you become completely in alignment with divinity and with your own eternity structure, and you become like the head of a dandelion with all these lives pointing inward, that it is the sustenance of the coherent light forms and being sustained by the coherent light forms that makes your body an eternal vehicle for this level of consciousness exploration. Boy, I know that was a lot. When you eat, that is who you are eating for. You're eating for yourself, you're feeding your own body, and you're feeding the coherent light form body that are these coherent ascended masters avatars. Back to my notes. If you want to have enough juice to make your higher faculties work, you need to save your gas. And one way to do that is to master the mind and stop energy loss through negative emotions. So as I described, you're raising your energy up through the lower chakras, through your physical red, orange, animalistic emotions, yellow, human, daily waking consciousness thought form, and then getting to this level of being in balance, love tone, where when you are at this level, you are grooving along and you are at a good level of energy metabolism where you're not in friction. You really aren't even needing to think a lot of thoughts. It is definitely the flow state that is achieved by athletes that are in their zone, artists and musicians that are in the moment of profound creation, or anyone who is at that moment of time-centered timelessness, being in the now. If you ever, so practice, I was going through the different practices of what to do during your day in order to fight effectively against these putis, because again, it is an organized, concerted effort against you, and you fight against them, but not in the sense of like, I'll myrtleize you, not like that, but you fight against them in the sense of a noble warrior that is battling for your own freedom. One of the things you do is constantly recenter to the now. And it can be even anything from when you might think a positive thought about reward, like sometimes even just that thought when you're in bed of like, I can't wait to get up and make my favorite cup of coffee and put this stuff in it, the flavors that I like it just right. That is actually not being in the now. That's a positive anticipation of the future. You just sent a bunch of energy tendrils forward into the future, and that is a destabilizing effect. And it can be difficult because you're like, well, Aurora, like, what in the world am I allowed to think? You are allowed to think on your journey, but what you need to do is think the right thoughts that lead you on the eternity pathway, the thoughts that make you be in alignment with the coherent thought forms who are avatars of divine perfect consciousness. And it is like saying, that remember the old game Pac-Man, the video game where Pac-Man goes along and chomps a dot, chomp, chomp, chomp. You want to be chomping the thought forms that are right in front of you, that are on the timeline of divine perfection. So you do think thoughts, you can think thoughts, but they are exactly the right thoughts at exactly the right moment. Like being a musician who's totally in the moment. When I'm in the moment and I'm playing, I'm actually not anticipating like, okay, then I'm gonna have to play this part, then I'm gonna have to play this part. I can't. What I have to do is focus my mind and my fingers and my spine and everything that I'm doing right now on that moment. And it becomes an incredibly powerful moment that all of the energy that I have in my energy bank account of millions of dollars of energy is focused on that, like the needle of awareness, focused on one place on the record of my life. I'm not thinking about what happened last week. I'm not anticipating that cup of coffee I'm going to have later, or the good nice snack or lunch that I'm going to have later, or any positive thing that I'm going to have. I'm completely focused on the moment now. And I'm also not focused on any pains of the past. Not like, oh, remember that time that I tried to play that song and I totally tanked and it went bad and blah, blah, blah. Like that. As a musician, you can't do that. As a musician, you have to be like, that was then, this is now. Or even in the song, my pinky slipped and I played the wrong note. Oh no, don't be in that moment. Moving onward, staying focused completely in the moment is freedom. So first thing that I'm teaching everyone is a freedom state, constantly refocusing on the moment now, constantly refocusing on the moment now. It doesn't mean that you're not allowed to do stuff or have motivation or have volition, because if you're so focused on the moment now, you like, well, am I allowed to do anything? Aurora, am I allowed to do anything? Like go anywhere? Like am I allowed to want stuff? Am I allowed to do stuff? Yes, you are allowed to want things and do things, but you do all of that as a person who is fully focused on the moment now. And what you find is that you flow naturally from moment to moment without having to have all of the friction of thinking about it first. You maintain, I have $1 million of energy and I'm focusing all of it on this moment now. Like I'm playing this note right now, then I'm playing this note right now, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. It all begins to come out of you being focused in the moment now without the effort and without the friction of having to even have the implanted mind come between us. The implanted mind, as I talk about who in human development, most of us were in little infants. I'm a walk-in, I know I didn't have a normal development, but you learned before, during, and after. You learned time on the clock. You learned to have a self-referential view of time as opposed to being embedded in time. Most animals are just embedded in time and they don't have a sense of like, now this is going to happen, now this is going to happen. But you can train an animal to be like, ding, now that's the time that this happened, ding, now it's the time this happens. Like a lot of horses are trained this way. Like I hear this sound and then I know someone will come and clean my stable. I hear this sound and then I know fresh hay will arrive over here. I hear this sound and then I know the saddle will be put on my back and I will go here. All that's a domesticated animal. You got it? Very different than a wild horse that does not regulate any of its behaviors or expectations based upon hearing a sound in the stable where it lives. Stable keeps it stable, got it? It walks around and eats and poops and does whatever it wants to, dependent upon its own inner guidance. This is the difference of moving 100% towards inner guidance. So this is a little bit ahead of what my notes is going to say, but I'm going to say it right now. We are moving out of the world age of Jesus. That was from the past 2,000 years and represented the level of development up to the indigo or brow chakra. We are now moving up to the world age of the violet chakra. So we're coming out of the age of Pisces, astrologically. This is known as the Piscean age. It does not mean pissing on. Piscean, meaning of the fish. And it has to do with an externalized patriarchal religious structure that tells you whether you're good or bad, whether you're allowed to do something or not, and an external father figure that tells you good, bad, approve, disapprove, yes, go here, no, don't go here. The sense of an externalized Jesus that is leading you, guiding you. None of this is demeaning or condescending to anybody who believes in that, and your beliefs are beautiful. And I will continually reaffirm that over and over, because I don't ever want there to be any misinterpretations or hurt feelings from what I say on that. But we're moving out of that age of having an externalized patriarchal authority figure, and because that was appropriate for a certain time. Now we are in a new time, moving into the age of Aquarius. I will sing the song, Age of Aquarius, Aquarius. Thank you. The violet structure is affiliated with the age of Aquarius, a new world age, a new avatar, and a new self state that has to do with self-responsibility and the internalized authority structure. Internalized meaning that you have now reconnected to the source itself, to God itself. So you do not have to have an external priest or rabbi or set of rules or something telling you what you should do or how you should live or guiding you throughout your day, even though that can be very beautiful to envision that. I really want you to know that. And seeking for guidance and nourishment and support is very beautiful. But we reach a level of self-responsibility that is part of our maturation process as individuals and as a group or as a community, in the sense of the soul refinery of who you are. At a certain point, just like a child moves beyond getting directives from their parent, and you're like, usually a teenager, you're like, don't tell me what to do, I know what to do, I'm doing it on myself. But sometimes even toddlers, they're like, no, I tie my shoes myself, don't tell me what to do. That's beautiful. That is the way that we should be. It signifies an enormous amount of inner personal growth to begin to take personal responsibility and say, I do this because I choose this, because my connection to God that is internal to me tells me to do this. And that is what I'm talking about when you are completely in the now and in the flow state. You are doing what you're doing because your internal divine connection tells you, now I need to play this note, now I'm going to play this note, now I'm going to play this note, I'm going to play it like this, and it's going to come out like this. And now I feel like I want to do this, now I feel like I want to do this, and now I feel like I want to go over here and do this activity, and now I've changed and I want to go over here and do this activity. All of that is because something inside of me, that is God as self-state, tells me to do these things. Hold on. Thank you for understanding. When you might have used to, it might have been necessary in the past for you to have someone or something be like your coach or your mentor or your external authority figure tell you, play it like this, now do this, now do this, now go over here and do this. That's appropriate, but then you move beyond it. And one should never get into complacency of being like, tell me what to do. Like, I'm just this thing, and I'm just, like I'm a vapid thing, like, just tell me what to do. Not to make fun of anyone that's in that level of receptivity, but we need to move, it is the time in human culture to move beyond that sense of a religion or an external authority figure, including government. Government is a big one, a king, a queen, an elected government that says, this is what you are allowed to do in your life. These are the rules, these are who you are, this is what you're supposed to do, this is what you're not supposed to do. And the sense of having personal responsibility, when you get to the age of Aquarius, when you get to this violet chakra and this new world age, you do things because it is right. You live your life according to your own divinely connected internal standards, not just because the laws that are imposed, the law of the land, telling you to do that. And if you don't do this, then this will be the consequences. Like, you will be sued, or you'll be brought to court, or this will happen, or that will happen. It is very different than that. It's a sense of personal responsibility to self, responsibility to divinity, responsibility to, who do you feed, guys? Your chakras. Your chakras, who are the accumulation of the avatars of all of the world ages, the accumulation of the white light. All of them are layers that add up to white light. That is the white light of divinity. You serve God. You live according to that standard. Your moment-to-moment directives are received from God, and you are completely in connection and conjunction with that level of being. That is the great conductor. that is conducting you at all times as to what you should be doing. So before you were able to connect to the great conductor, it might have been very helpful to have an external authority figure to be like, okay, like, look, you clearly don't know where you're going or what you're doing. I'm gonna tell you where to go. I'm gonna take you by the hand and tell you where to go. And that can be helpful. But now you're like, wait, I just got connected to the great conductor. And now, thank you very much, but I don't need to have you telling me what to do. I actually have my own inner sense of what is the tempo of the music, what key are we playing in, what is the next note, when do I play, when do I rest. All of that becomes different, and it is no longer following a structure of a religion or a philosophy, but is instead the embodiment of divine truth. And that is the next level of the soul refinery on your journey, individuals of becoming ascended masters. Let me go back to my notes. I know you're making beautiful comments and I want to talk them, but I want to stay on topic for a little while longer. Achieving unconditional love. The thought structures of unconditional love are associated with or described as these characteristics: non-judgmental, non-critical, total acceptance. And I also described earlier, having the larger perspective, grander scale, above time, seeing the interconnectedness of all events, and a greater understanding and acceptance of causality of events, the perspective of timelines in a grid form as opposed to in a linear before, during, after form. Let's talk about non-judgmental. A non-judgmental thought structure is a perception in your, let's say, someone else's life. Like, you know, if a person would look at someone else and be like, that guy over there is doing everything wrong. He walks wrong, he talks wrong, he eats wrong, he's wrong in every way, you know, and also like, he's bad, he should change, he makes me mad, I don't like seeing him. Like, I'm sure we all can relate to these feelings, the inner gripes, which is similar to like the shaking of the fist at the sky. It's judgment. And judgment is a level of maturity that you move through and past as you become more refined. The more refined unconditional love acceptance stance is, that guy over there certainly seems to be doing things wrong. You acknowledge that they're doing things wrong. The freedom state says that is that person's journey. I allow them their journey. Unconditional love is all about freedom state, where you're like, yeah, they are effing up. And they are free, they are in freedom to do that in their life. I would choose differently. I wouldn't be doing it that way. That is their choice. And also, if they are effing up really bad and causing a lot of collateral damage, they can do it far away from me, because that's another big thing. I want to scroll down because I have this in bold. I'm jumping ahead in my notes, but I want to say this. In bold, the only person that you can be in control of is your own self. That's what the freedom state is really about. Freedom and cosmic law is this understanding that the only person that you can really be responsible for and in control of is your own self. So if you are watching someone else on their journey, who is technically a fractal of you, moving at a different rate, coming from a different direction, but you recognize I'm within this epidermis, they're within that epidermis. We have different lives, we have different temporal egos. They are doing it their way. They can only be responsible for themselves. They can only control themselves. It is not my job to control them. I cannot control them. Freedom state says I cannot control someone else's journey, and it's not my job to control someone else's journey, but it is my job to control myself and to be responsible to myself and to the coherent thought forms that are the light forms that surround and support me on my journey. So that is what the freedom state is all about. If someone else is in self-destruction, drugs or alcohol or whatever they're doing, you can say, wow, like that's not a good thing to do. It's honest to say that, like you see them destroying themselves through it. And you also recognize that those are their choices. That is their freedom in their life. That is their path or their journey or part of their soul refinery process. And also that is them on their periphery. They're exploring the peripheral timelines of their time vortex, that sometimes they have to play all these wrong notes in order to then be able to get themselves back into alignment. My spine goes up and be back in alignment with their eternal path. So you recognize when you're at this level of acceptance that sometimes things are happening as causality structures that, although it might be uncomfortable to you, are necessary for other people on their journey. It is an allowing. Now I'm going back to where I was in my notes. Thoughts are external living creatures. Some are love thoughts and some are not. And this is again that offering at the banquet of life. Some thoughts are love, some thoughts are not. Which ones do you want to eat? How can you determine which? And you can start to kind of feel and sense. Once you've been at the banquet for long enough, you're like, ah, that one, that puff pastry, it looks good, but I know it's going to give me a tummy ache. Don't eat it. It's not a love food. And that's you. They're usually, like I've learned, some of these thoughts of judgment, shoulds. A lot of it is finger shaking and shoulds. Like that should not be happening. Should not. That person should be doing this. The person should be doing that. Criticism also, and this can be criticism and judgment pointed towards yourself, because those can be powerful negative thought forms of feeding upon oneself. And it doesn't necessarily make you a better person to be consistently judgmental and critical of yourself and your own behavior. That does not necessarily lead to increased performance. Please note that. But thoughts are alive. They're all around us and they're alive. And there are actually the very, very positive ones that are the coherent thought forms, that are those that are these avatars of divine consciousness that we want to eat and we want to align with and we want to give birth to. So thinking about Christ consciousness, thinking about the divine perfection of what Christ is a positive thought form that you want to align with. Thinking about what love is, that is another positive thought form that you want to spend your time thinking about that. You want to spend your mental energy, your dollars of your bank account, thinking about what love is and that experience. Judgment is something that one fritters away one's energy upon, and then you end up getting nothing at the end of it. That's why it is not a good energetic investment. So you get to choose which thoughts you want to ingest and nourish and give birth to. This is perfect. These thought forms exist around you as potentialities. The coherent light forms are like, hi, we're divine light forms. We're thought forms. We're totally perfect and healthy. And if you eat us, you will learn to live forever and eat pure light and pure love and be sustained entirely upon the pure love tone as we are sustained upon the pure love tone. Would you like to eat us? The answer is yes. I want to eat you. Chomp, chomp, chomp. That's so delicious. And then they gestate inside of you and you feed them, nourish them, give emotional energy to them, and then they are exemplified and sent outward. They're emanated outward as your emotional thought form presence is. If you were emitting radio waves off of your planet and then you went off into space in a clank clank metal spaceship and you encountered those radio waves, those would be ones, archives of a broadcast you want to meet again. Like, that's when I thought that thought about Buddha. And that's when I thought that thought about unconditional love. And that's when I thought that thought about Jesus and Christ consciousness. And then you re-encounter those beautiful waveforms, those beautiful thought forms. And it's a beautiful experience, as opposed to if you're in judgment and you're thinking like, that guy's wrong and he's bad and he's wrong. And I'm sending off these, let's think of them as like zigzags. I'm sending off these zigzags of negativity and judgment. And then you fly off in your spaceship and many, many years later, you re-encounter them. They are judgmental thoughts. They are pain. You have created accumulated pain in the lack of energy flowing in the cosmos, and then your re-encountering of them will probably cause you pain and distress. And that's when you get to put into practice these different rectification techniques that I'm talking about, everything from recapitulation to the vocal toning exercises to flying rainbow lasagna to just a return to the moment now. That's another thing, because when you return to the moment now, you're like, yes, I emanated that thought form 25 years ago, and yes, I'm re-encountering it now, but what I have is the responsibility to myself and to these coherent light forms in the moment now, not to always be doing dirty laundry of who I was in the past. So even that is a freedom state to return to who you are now. And a big part of that is saying no thank you. No thank you as a refusal of interruptive, disruptive, or energy draining thoughts. If I am at my piano and I'm playing, and all of a sudden a thought comes up that might be like, I forgot to send that birthday card. Oh no, they're going to hate me. I did the wrong thing. I say no, thank you. It doesn't mean that everything is fine. Like, I need to send that birthday card or talk to the person if I hurt their feelings. It's a valid thing. But the point is, why is it coming up now? I am busy playing the piano right now. I am not at the card store or at the post office or any place where it's relevant to think about sending the birthday card. It's a thought structure that is out of time. So in that moment of being in my flow state, it is necessary to say no thank you to that. I don't have to say like, get out of here, stop ruining my life, or anything like that to that thought form. I can just say, you don't belong here, no thank you. That's the most neutral thing to do. And that speaks to the concept of breaking the bonds, no more tensegrity, no more of that pushing and pulling. Unconditional love is the antithesis of fighting. And this can be really hard, because when I get attacked or feel attacked, by negative thought forms, even though I know I'm trying not to call them negative, but they have a negative impact on me, by some of these pain signals that are crying out for healing. I'm kind of laughing ironically because I get a lot of interactions with them. They're like, they really need a lot of healing. Unconditional love is the antithesis of fighting, but I fall into that too. And I love myself. I accept myself. I'm like, yes, because I think of myself as a warrior and I am strong and I will fight against them and I will get my shield and I will get my sword and I will fight against them. It's like a holy righteous type of feeling. It's good to feel that way. It's good to embody in that way and to fight for truth and to fight for freedom. However, the most effective way to fight for freedom is by using these neutrality tools and being able to go into meditation and then go into a real state of rectification, as opposed to pouring gasoline on the fire and making things even greater in terms of the exacerbation of the very pain tendencies that you are trying to quench. A more loving language on how we can deal with intrusive thoughts. So again, I know I'm talking positive, negative, and demons and all these things, but a better way of thinking about it is some are love thoughts. Some of them lead us towards eternal light and eternal life. And some of them are not. Some of them are perturbations or putis or things that are pain signals that need to be healed. And although you don't want the intrusive thoughts, putis are a part of the overall structure of the cosmos. That's a recognition and an acceptance that they exist in the world or have existed in the world up until this point, even though we are in this huge amount of healing and rectification. So it's kind of like I could shake my fist in the sky and be like the cosmos is wrong. Everything is wrong. Like it's not supposed to be this way. We're supposed to be immortal and not have any of this crap on the interstices. Okay, fine. But acceptance states, this is the way that things are shaped right now. I accept that these things are in existence. We're working towards an amelioration of the situation, and it's not your job to feed them. And I used to say very much like fleas exist in the world. It would be wonderful to have a world with no fleas, but those fleas, I don't want to have, just getting rid of that notification. I don't want to have those fleas feeding off of me or in my household or in my carpet or on my dog or my cat. Fleas are a thing, they exist, but they should not exist upon me. Parasites and energy parasites are a thing, they exist, but they should not exist upon me. And of course, if as a totality structure, all consciousness were able to be that effective in being invulnerable and non-infested, the parasites or the fleas would not have anything to feed upon, and they would have only the choice to dry up and go into entropy. Let me just take care of myself a little bit more. As a love thought gets slowed down in time, it becomes slightly distorted. This is big. Part of what can help me to understand the existence of fleas. Where do parasitic thought forms come from? What are these things even? They are actually the beginning of a love tone emanation. Let me play. I have my chimes over here. I'm going to play. Ready? I'm going to play a love tone. Oh, it's a beautiful A. It's at 432 hertz, the love tone. Let's say that is the love food. That is really the primary food. That is the food of consciousness. That is all that exists in the cosmos. When that food gets slowed down or distorted or somehow is reaching obstacles on its journey, traveling through time, space, and the vast stretchy fabric of the cosmos consciousness, it gets slowed down into something that is less than love. That is the most neutral way of being able to look at and understand what is happening in the world when you encounter these thought forms that lead one towards the membrane of death. Instead of like, oh, these thought forms are terrible. They're trying to kill me. They have an agenda. I hate them. They're trying to kill me. They're shooting me with their arrows of pain. They're causing pain in me. They're feeding upon me. Yes, that is what these pain piranhas do. But in the most neutral way of understanding it, they are made of the original emanation that comes from God, the divine source, that is made of this pure tone of energy that is, the food, the sustenance, the money, the currency of the cosmos that has been slowed down and distorted and is now affecting and afflicting you in an unpleasant way. One of the best ways to move through time and conserve your energy and not be affected and afflicted is to turn off verbalized thought and to tune into pure insight. So that is moving from this level of yellow. I'm not verbalizing anymore, and I'm going instead into pure insight, which is up here. Insight, the eye of time, your eye that is like a tendril that reaches outward, your eye of Christ consciousness, your projection of the world, imagination, pineal gland. This happens at a non-verbal, pre-verbal, or post-verbal state. It is not consciousness. It is not put into words. It is just consciousness. It is just perception. It is just knowing. And it is possible to have whole conversations, whole telepathic interactions at the level of pure knowing without having to put something into words. This is really how higher dimensional organisms interact, and even how, let's say, trees communicate, how butterflies communicate. They don't communicate through the English language, but they do communicate, but it is through a pure insight, a pure telepathic and empathic, telepathic insight level. And we as humans can also exist at that level. However, what it means is we have to redefine self as no longer associating with and defining self as the ego state of what the Don Juan teachings call the predator mind, but is the invader that changed humans, modded humans from being immortals into now being mortals, and that has farmed humans for lower animalistic, mammalian, slower emotions over time. It's no longer an identification and an affiliation with this level of verbalization ego structure, but is an affiliation with much more the higher self state at this level. Turning off your verbalized mind is one of the steps of meditation. It's not necessary to address negative, let's see, someone is just coming back in. It's not necessary to address negative or intrusive thoughts, to process them, comprehend them, etc. Like that's like saying like, oh, like I see that you're okay, I'm sitting in meditation. Oh, I'm sitting in meditation. And here comes a thought. You don't have to be like, oh, like, hi, I see that you're a thought. I see that you're a negative thought. I see that you're not bringing me in towards the places I want to go. You're leading me towards the membrane of death. And then I don't like the way you're making me feel. And why are you doing this? And let's have a whole conversation. Let's sit down and have a cup of tea and tell me all about your life and what happened to you and where did you come from and why are you doing this? No, you don't have to do any of that. Just the simple recognizing like that is an intrusive or a harmful or a negative thought form. I don't want to have anything to do with it or you in this back and forth, and just saying no thank you, and then continue on your mental journey. That is all that is needed. Like that is not something I want to interact with. That is not something that I want to ingest and feed. No thank you. Offered on the plate of the banquet of life. No, none of those are good. That's all a tummy ache. I don't want any of that. No thank you. And then just move on and remain or return to the now. It's a constant taking in of tendrils. In this teaching, one of the things that you're imagining is a breathing in and a retracting, a breathing in of energy tendrils. That's how you fix your car at the body shop of Cosmic Body Shop. Instead of having all of these dispersed energy tendrils into the future, into the past, bonded with painful experiences, bonded with negativity beings and dominoes and things that are trying to pull you over. Retracting and bringing in those energy strings until they are back into your body where they actually should be. And that makes you focused completely in the now, as opposed to dispersed over various timelines. Bringing in almost like an ink spot in reverse. You could imagine it. You drop India ink onto a paper towel and it spreads outward. Ink spot in reverse. You are bringing that energy all back into you, away from all of these energy suckers that have parasited it. That is how you really heal them. So this speaks now back to Aaron's question of like, oh my goodness, this individual like taking it and putting it in the trash, taking it and putting it in the trash, or individual recapitulation can be very wearying and tiresome and take up your whole entire day of your life. You should be doing something much more important with your life, so you can do this type of energy work and visualization where you simply imagine that all of these dispersed energy tendrils, you are breathing them back into you, and you are becoming more of a coherent, cohesive whole. Your holistic self is returning to its true state, and you are no longer dispersed across time. And what you're doing is pretty much starving out the parasite consciousnesses, or those that feed upon your energy as a living being, but who are not living beings themselves. Back to my notes. Not thinking about the past, not thinking about the future. Being in peace and focusing all energy on this moment now. moving through the medium of time. And you're moving through the medium of time one moment per moment. So that's what that means, like Pac-Man, chomp, chomp, chomp. You're not trying to be like chomp, chomp 10 million times in the future. That's like what happens when you anticipate or think about the future and anxiety, whether it's positive or negative. And also not chomp in the past, but just focusing on this moment now and the thing that you have to do right now. You can actually be incredibly productive just focusing on the moment now. The yellow mind, the predator's mind tells us, oh, but in order to increase productivity, I have to do this and that, like, my marketing, my scheduling, my administrative activities, all of those things tell us, no, I have to think 12 steps in the future. I have to plan my day. I have to do all of this. You can actually have an incredibly productive, well-experienced day by being in the moment now and by just focusing on what you have to do right now. In fact, I would tell anyone, because of overwhelm, that is actually one of the best, most effective things that you can possibly do in order to maximize your productivity. Like we're like workers, working in the industrialized world. I need to maximize my productivity and maximize my profitality and my marketability and my SEO settings. Yes. In order to do any of those things, the best approach is focusing your energy completely on the now. And in the now, you do any of your shopping things that you have to do. Like, I'm big on making laundry lists and shopping lists. I'm like, I have to get this, this, and this at the store. Then I have to go here, here, and here. Then I have to go here, here, and here. And you know something? That doesn't actually help me to go here, here, and here. What helps me is to focus right here and now, knowing that I will go here, here, and here later in the day and accomplish all the things I need to accomplish, and that I'm not necessarily a good or productive person if I think, I have to spend all of my time now anticipating 12 steps in the future, and or I'm not a bad person if I'm in the now. These are all the judgments of the implanted mind structure that tries to make you be dispersed over time. It says, what a lazy, bad person you are for being in the now. Don't you know you're supposed to be anticipating 10 years into the future? What's your 10-year plan? Tell me where you're going to be over here. Like, I don't know what I'm going to be over here. Like, I'm focusing on the now. But that doesn't mean that you are a lazy, inconsequential person, like doing the backstroke through a field of strawberries and not caring about reality. You are being responsible to yourself. You are being responsible to yourself as coherent light forms. A big part of this is also eating. So how to be a warrior for freedom. Food is one of the biggest things that you can do in terms of fighting, for lack of a better word, moving towards freedom. When you eat, and it's hard to do this all the time because I know that people are on the go, but at least set aside some time during your day to do this practice. And I try to do this as much as I possibly can. When you go to eat, be focused completely on the now. Food is the main way that we ingest the energy into this toroidal structure that we know as our life form bubble. We do it also through breathing. We do it also through, like feeling light energy come from the sun and fall on our skin and things like that. But mostly we get our energy from food, okay? The act of ingesting food is a powerful act. It is a powerful moment during our day. When you're eating not only the nutrients and becoming quantumly entangled with those nutrients in that moment, in that time, but you're also eating the experience of your environment. You're eating the activities and behaviors that you're doing while you're eating your sandwich, or while you're eating your apple, or while you're eating your avocado. So the best thing to do in terms of moving towards freedom and liberation and fighting as a peaceful warrior is focus completely on the moment now when you're ingesting your food. And what you do is, I call it being a taste bud on the tongue of God. Anytime an intrusive thought comes and arises, be like, I'm returning to the moment now. I'm feeling what these textures feel like in my mouth. What does it taste like? What does my tummy feel like? What do my teeth feel like? How many times in my class have I said, your mouth crystals, mashing up mashed potatoes with my mouth crystals, even though in finer times, we would use these mouth crystals for actual telepathy. What you're doing with your mouth crystals is transmitting the taste and sensation of eating to the sun and the stars that have emanated the physicality food in the first place, and you are transmitting them as reality structures that you will then experience in your spaceship, non-clank metal spaceship, your spaceship of pure consciousness, as you fly forward through time. And you're feeding the ascended masters, avatars of different world ages, coherent light forms to whom you are beholden, that you are actually in partnership with, that have actually guided you and protected you to this moment. There are those that draw away from your energy, that you're like, get away from me, negativity, pooty, crapola. Equal time must be said and spoken to those who sustain and guide you. Christ consciousness is one of those things that sustains and guides you. So too is the heart. So too is the positive yellow, positive orange, positive red. Your red level is your physical body and your cellular structure. And it's a beautiful vehicle and container for your consciousness that has supported you and led you here since you were a baby and you were born. That it requires and should be acknowledged. Thank you, red level. Thank you for being in existence. Thank you for nourishing me and guiding me and sustaining me as consciousness on my journey as I've come to this moment. And when you eat, you are eating for that red level. You are eating for all of the layers that are coherent light forms of your body. You're transmitting your analog experience into their non-embodied experience. So they don't eat chocolate pudding anymore or whatever you like. They don't eat avocados anymore, but you do. So in the moment of eating, the most powerful thing you can do as you move towards freedom is eat for yourself as an ascended master, transmit your signals using your telepathic mouth crystals to the sun and the stars, the experience of actually chomping down, actually feeling all of those particles going around your mouth. Like I said, like what it feels like to actually swallow and have the food go into your tummy. And when errant thoughts and negativity thoughts come up, no, thank you. Keep on refocusing to the moment now. Like, I don't need that on the broadcast. I'm broadcasting to coherent light forms. Like, I don't need that. You don't have to talk to them. You don't have to talk to the things that are intrusive. Like, get out of here. No, thank you. That's it. That's all that you need. And constantly focusing on the now. And doing that is a huge step on gaining more and more personal freedom. The more I found that I did that, the more I had personal freedom in my life and the less that I was feeding the unwanted parasitic thought forms. Parasitic thought forms can be like when you're eating and you're like thinking about the worst things that are going to happen. You can tell my body goes down, like thinking about bad stuff, chewing on my sandwich, like I'm thinking about all this negative bad stuff happening. My shoulders go down, my posture goes down, my spine goes down, everything goes down. Yeah, you don't want to feed those thoughts literally in the act of actually ingesting your food. And that includes just busyness. A lot of the time I would eat while I'm doing my emails because I'm like, got to be productive. I got to increase my SEO settings. I got to be productive and be 12 steps ahead and do all these things that my yellow implanted mind tells me makes me a good person and makes me a good person in human society. But really what you need to do, I need to get a drink of water. Really what you need to do is be responsible to yourself as coherent light forms and be fully in the now. And you know something, whatever amount of productivity I might gain, doing my structured water here, hold on everyone. Productivity, like how long does it actually take to eat a meal? Like maybe 10 minutes of chewing at the most, you know, it doesn't really take that much, you know, 10 minutes out of your day. I wasn't gaining that much productivity and like doing my emails, but what it is a feeling of being beholden. It's a feeling of being responsible to those administrative details. Like, you're a bad, wrong, lazy person. Work harder, do your emails over lunch. It's like, no, don't do your emails over lunch. Eat lunch. How long does it take to chew and swallow an apple? Like really 5 minutes? Focus on actually eating and chewing the apple. Then be in the now and do your emails and actually be present for those emails. Then do the phone call and actually be present for those phone calls. It's a completely different responsibility toward food and towards ingestion. Let me drink more. Food is one of our most powerful, quote unquote, weapons, not to use weapons as war, but let's say tools for moving towards freedom. And the way that you eat has everything to do with gaining more and more wiggle room, more and more elbow room, more and more of that energy currency that you can then use to getting into these higher levels of higher faculties. And like I was telling Aaron, raising your energy metabolism. The more that you eat in a present and conscious state, your physicality food, the more your light body moves faster and faster. That means the more you process emotions faster, on a faster level. You also perceive on a faster level. That might mean like you see it coming a mile away. What it feels like to process intellectually or cognitively, I should say, on a fast level is you see it coming a mile away. A concept or an event or an interaction, you can already anticipate it, but you don't anticipate it in the sense of like, I can't wait to drink that cup of coffee when I wake up in the morning, but you see it coming like, oh, I knew that was going to happen. I saw it coming. It's literally, you're at this level of insight where you're able to I want to say expect, or be, it's the word is prescient. You are able to pre-experience something before you're actually experiencing it, but it's in a nonverbal state. So that way you can be prepared for it. It's knowing the notes before they come in time. So you can kind of feel and then be ready and be prepared. It is a pro-survival state of prescience that many people commodify and they use as like selling. I'm going to give you a reading on the future. I will read your future and tell you what your future is. But please always understand that these readings are only relevant until the deck of cards gets shuffled, and the deck of cards is always being shuffled. So you might get a reading from someone else that says, you will do this and that. You'll have sushi for lunch, but then the deck of cards gets shuffled and it ends up, no, you end up having a sandwich instead. It's a totally different timeline because you switched from here to here, and that is normal, and that's the way it's supposed to be. And you're supposed to be looking through your time crystal at all times to be able to sense your own future, but it is not sensing with the sense of anxiety. It is sensing with the state of empowerment and total knowingness that you will have the capacities to be able to deal with the events that happen. So being able to see it coming from a mile away means like, oh, I see that event coming, and now I know what I'm going to do in response to it. But you don't have to stand there being like, is it time? Is it time? Is it time yet? Just like when you're a musician and you're well versed in what you're going to play, you don't have to be like, is it my time to play? Is my time to play yet? You just like, you wait for the music, you feel the groove, and like, oh, time for me to play now. Dun, 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 dun. I played my thing. So this, I think of it mostly in my human relationships and events in life, that I'm like, oh, like when let's use a breakup as an example. You're like, you know something? I see it coming from a mile away. That person's going to break up with me. I know it. Or that boss is going to fire me. I know it. You can feel it. You can sense it. And you can have all of the emotional processing and accepting of it in the moment. And then when it happens, you are prepared for it. And you also know that it means a timeline redirection and you're moving in a different direction, as opposed to, I was down here at this level. I had no idea this was coming. I got blindsided, quote unquote, by it. Kapow, my world is fractured apart. Arrows of pain are going everywhere. What the F do I do? Wah, wah, shake my fist at the sky. It's not supposed to be like this. And then emotional processing, and then going through it, and then finally acceptance, and then coming out the other side and being like, I will survive. And I do it silly like this, but you understand that's the whole emotionally processing trajectory. And then you're out the other side. That's when you're at this level down here, that most people are at that level. But when you're at this higher self state level, you're like, ah, and I also accept that the boss fired me, or I went through that breakup because I'm now being freed in order to go in this direction over here to have this different, more fulfilling life experience, and that I'm having a timeline redirection. And that's why I don't have to wah and shake my fist at the sky, even though I feel a little bit of wah, but then I also feel like, no, I don't feel wah at all. I actually feel like a freedom and an expansiveness that I'm moving in a positive direction. So that's usually what people do after the crying and the breakup song, and however many buckets of chocolate you need to eat to get over it. But now you avoid the buckets of chocolate and you actually go directly into the acceptance. The acceptance, it's living at that acceptance state. Let me read Aaron's response. He says, Aurora, this is a bit of an aside, but what is structured about the water you've been consuming, and how, from what you can tell, has it impacted you? It actually is a bit on topic. Thank you for asking. The water is structured because water is a liquid crystal that contains information. So I consider it as important to my journey as I consider my food, and my food being like organic and the best quality that I can possibly make it. And also I eat food that's kind of like whole, you know what I mean? Like unprocessed food. So whatever it is, like if it's a nut, I just eat the nut, not like the nut ground up, because I think the shape of the food matters too. But I have these different apparatuses after I filter my water, and I bless it, and I talk to it, and I put positive intentions and programs into it of what I want to experience. I put it through a little giggler that's like running over running crystals and makes it giggle like it would in a stream. And then I put it into these structured containers. And this one is beautiful. I'm not an advertiser, but it's called Aladdin Carafe. And this one has like imprintations on the bottom of it that look like the flower of life, which I know is the flattened out flower, but don't worry, like it's positive intentions moving into it. I let the water sit in my carafe, usually for 24 hours, and I put it on a charging plate too. And I also put some of these wonderful crystalline energy drops that are from Patrick Flanagan. You know, these are all really great things. I'm not a salesman, they really work. It changes the surface tension of water so that the droplets actually come into the body on a cellular level. All of this helped to change the structure of my red level, physical, biological body structure, from all of the molecules that are all arranged like a kakakuku into being very, very regular and very, very structured. Drinking structured water structured the cells of my body. Your body is actually not structured by your fatty membranes that are your cell membranes. They're kind of jiggly and joggly like fat or like jello. Your body is structured by the water that it contains. So if you have water that is contained in these perfect hexagonal structures and patterns, then those actually hold up your cell membranes in these perfect bubbles and spheres, and hold all of your bubbles and spheres in these perfect arrangements that are called matrices, but it does not mean that you are a prisoner of the matrix. But like my painting over here with the perfect regularity of how all these are all measured out, your cells of your body are all measured out. And what it made in my anthropomorphic level was more music. I feel like I'm drinking music, which is structured sound waves, and that even when I pour it into my glass, it goes like glug, 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 and then like there's a song in there. And when I drink it, the song goes inside of me, and my cells are singing the song. And then I play that song on the piano. And I've literally been doing this as I've been making a lot of music, and it absolutely feeds my life as a musician. So greater hydration, greater cellular detoxification, greater cellular renewal, greater cellular longevity, and greater structure, and you're becoming a crystalline person. Christ, crystals, crystalline person, crystalline water. That's what this is all about. Beginning more and more to align with that avatar and that embodiment of truth. Let me go back to my notes. Living at the level of unconditional love. Okay, wait. We should say meditation is also involving inner silence. There's also a lot from the Carlos Castaneda books and Don Juan teaching in there. The importance of inner silence, being able to turn off the implanted mind. So one of the negative things that happened is we're going to give you, hello, welcome to the planet. You've been born here, you're a tiny child. We're going to give you a mind. We're going to give you a verbalized mind. That's great, but we're not going to give you an off button. And as soon as we give you this verbalized mind, you're going to talk and talk and talk and drive yourself insane with constant talking inside of your own head, and you're never going to have an off button. And that's one of the great disempowerment structures of having a mind, or verbalization structure in your mind. One of the great things you can do is invent and cultivate an off button. People do different things in order to do this. Find your way that works for cultivating inner silence. There has to be a way to stop yourself from talking in your mind somehow. So some people like to repeat a mantra over and over and over until it just becomes a meaningless phonetic string of sentences, string of phonemes that it has no meaning, it doesn't matter, but you just repeat it over and over, and it gives you kind of a sense of like, that's that part of my mind that's talking, but now I'm going over here. You just chant over there, and I'm going over here where I'm going to do more interesting things. You can do that. You can imagine an actual off switch. Boom, press the off switch. You can do what works for you. And also I find that I'm a very active person, a very body-oriented person. What works a lot for me is actually having physical things that I can do. Like I find a lot of inner silence when I'm like doing repetitive exercises, walk left foot, right foot, walking, or riding on a bicycle, or even though I don't like bicycles, but like a stationary bike, like elliptical, any one of those types of things. Like just all that you have to do is be in the now and focus on the moving of your body. And the body has its own wisdom. Figure out what works for you. So for me, I have spent not that much time in the past 20 years just sitting in a meditative state, like, I'm just sitting here, because I do get a lot of intrusive thoughts. It's like, I should be more productive. I should optimize my SEO settings. I got to go check my emails. I got 10 million things to do. So yeah, I do very well with active meditations. And for me, music has become an active and productive form of meditation, where when I'm playing and my fingers are moving on the keyboard, I am totally in my moment. I am totally doing it. And I also feel like I'm doing something that's productive and worthy with my time, not just like, I'm sitting here, I'm just sitting here. Like, I'm just sitting here, I'm not like that. So get to know yourself. Acceptance means love and acceptance of self, non-judgment of self, non-criticism of self. So this, like, even with yoga and things like that, I've done these restorative yoga types of things where you're with a group and it's like, and now just like, allow yourself to drape like this and just be like this for 5 minutes. And I'm like, I can't sit like this for 5 minutes. Like, I gotta move. Like, I can't do this. But that's okay. And people love me when I'm in these classes. They're like, I noticed you were moving more and adjusting your posture, and that's perfect for you. I'm like, good, because I can't sit still. Because I'm so lasagna. I'm like, I have so much energy. So you just have to learn what is right for you. Some people do very well with seated meditations, and also the sense of like no pressure. Like, you're just you being you, and you don't have to do anything, and that can be a great relief from the constant activity and what you need to do. But whatever it is, figure out your road to inner silence and then do it. So yeah, for me, some form of walking, and usually like the first couple of miles when I'm walking, I'm just burning off the chatter. Like, oh, I had thought about that and that guy and that guy and that thing and that thing and that stupid thing. And okay, and then I'm done. Then I burn through all the stupidity, and then I'm just in my zone, going along. And it also helps if you're walking someplace beautiful, like, there's beautiful things to look at, because I focus on like, wow, look at that tree. But I don't say it with my mind, look at that tree, but I'm just looking at that. And I'm looking at, like, I'm very visually oriented. So I look at the beauty of the world around me. That is another thing that you do as a mindfulness practice. Wherever you are and whatever you're doing, centering on the now also means feed your senses. Like, wow, I'm looking at that thing. Like, be here now. Something, be here and look at that thing, instead of like, oh, and I'm constantly in my mind and I'm thinking about my SEO settings and all these other things I have to do. Then I'm not even seeing that thing. I'm not even perceiving. There's beautiful flowers. All, like, sometimes I'm like, oh, like I have to walk my dog and like I have to get here at this particular time. And I'm walking through where I live over here, and there's this beautiful garden and there's these beautiful flowers. But sometimes I'm like, I'm so much about like, oh, I'm going to be late and I have to get in the car and I have to do this thing. I'm not even seeing the flowers. Like, but I love myself. So I'm like, okay, let's refocus on the now. Refocus on the now. Refocus on the now. Yeah. And Patricia is saying 90 minutes of Bikram yoga, burn it out. So I guess that is more of an active type of yoga. And yeah, different things that involve, like for me, but flowing this position into this position, and then this position into this position, or any kind of thing like that, or I do my workout routines or any of those things, and they feel empowering to me, and I feel like I'm getting something done. You can turn doing the dishes into a mindfulness practice. You can turn mopping the floor into a mindfulness practice. You can turn any of the things that you have to do into a mindfulness practice. It basically always comes down to focusing on the moment now. It's literally being in gratitude for being alive. In the most non-religious sense, you are simply saying, I am happy to be alive. I am grateful to being alive. I'm grateful to my body. I'm grateful to time. I'm grateful to the experiences that brought me to this moment. And if you need a mantra to say in your mind, you can say those things. And being in gratitude is a huge way of aligning with eternity and with the eternity structure. Let me go back to a little bit more of what I have written here. Self-observation is also a big part of this, observing yourself so that you see like, oh, that's an intrusive thought. That's not me. That's that predator mind trying to make me feel fear or anxiety or negativity or shame or judgment of others or myself, and bringing me out of joy. And you will feel, I would say, a natural blissful feeling the more and more that you achieve mindfulness and that frictionless state of unconditional love. Living at the level of unconditional love is not just for yogis in retreat. It is for all of us. It is why we are here in this generation right now. I really truly believe we have all lived as yogis that spent most of our lives in a cave and had that type of non-structured existence. We are now mostly in the industrialized world. That's mostly the people that are watching my videos and have video equipment to be able to perceive what I'm sending out, not just the telepathic email blasts. But if you're watching this video, yeah, you're probably part of this world that's all about SEO settings and emails and all the driving of the car and being on the clock and all of that. We have lived those lives, and now it is necessary to take those lives and put everything that we did concurrently into practice here now, creating this radiating concentric rings of healing, of being able to live and have our lives touch on all of these other things and other activities, being present in the world, being present in the social structure, and talking a lot with other people, even while we maintain these levels of self-observation and mindfulness and a meditative state. And guess what? That's what our lives were like in the time of immortals. We all were in this mindful meditative state all the time. It is your baseline resonance as a full spectrum human. Begin to define yourself now as you're watching my shows as full spectrum human, not higher self or loving self, higher self or lower self. I'm reading my notes. You are that loving presence. You are that loving presence that you are connecting with in terms of the love tone. It is you. It is not something separate from you. It is you. Don't fritter away your divine energy on wasteful thoughts. Wasteful thoughts are judgmental and negative of others or self. Again, blazing heart, unconditional love devoted to yourself. You are a beautiful person. You're a beautiful individual here on your life journey. And all of this stuff that is self-talk, that is like negativity, self-doubt, self-criticism, judgment, not good enough, unworthiness, all of that, you got to throw it out the window, because that's the implanted mind that one begins to identify with as self. That's not you. That's not who you really are. You really love yourself. You really look at yourself as an amazing person. You're an amazing person on an amazing adventure. Know it in the moment. Don't waste another minute of your life looking down on yourself, condescending to yourself, or thinking that you're bad, wrong, or stupid in any way. You are not. You are a genius. You are beautiful. A better thought structure for when you look at others, I've already gone through this, that you feel that they're off their path. You say, that is what they need for their growth. And so I allow them to do that. You allow, it's their journey of freedom. You can perceive that something is going on. You allow it. That is so big. You don't deny it. Love is about acceptance, not denial. So you're not like, la, 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 they're not really shooting up drugs. They're not really doing anything. They are. They're shooting up drugs, or they're eating too much McDonald's food, or they're doing the wrong thing in their lives. And you're allowed to acknowledge that. But what you do is you say, I allow them to do that. They need that for their growth. Your higher faculties are an amazing apparatus. All of this mindfulness practice and meditation and being able to control and master your mind, because this is an implantation. Remember, it's an implantation. You're becoming the master of that which has been implanted, so that you have the off button, so that you can control it, use your mind in the way you want to. All of this is the prerequisite for going to the University of the Universe, where you actually learn, with the power of your Christhood up here, how to create matter, how to directly affect the health and well-being of a body, like healing and regenerate a body, how to create events in time. And a lot of this has to do with taking responsibility for thought, emotions, and sending out only loving thoughts. Because when you realize that my mind and my imagination and my thought presences are creating reality, you only want to send out positive stuff. You only want to send out loving thoughts that create a reality you want to experience. And you don't want to manifest negative thoughts that harm yourself or others, because, dun, 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 this is also highlighted in my notes, what you send out comes back to you. Basic cosmic law, basic foundation truth of reality and of the structure of time and the cosmos. What you send out comes back to you. Learning to control your mind, learning to master your mind, learning to send out emotions that we would say are loving and nurturing and positive, means that you will have those emotions and thought structures and reality structures reflected back to you. It is huge. It is about taking personal responsibility. Again, emphasis, the only person that you can control in your life is you. And you take responsibility for you and what you emanate, and you begin to recognize that the world around you is an emanation, and by definition, an emanation of all of your thought structures. And if that there are things that need healing, in great sense, there are things that you have emanated from within yourself that need healing, but sometimes the self is the smaller ego self. Sometimes the self is the larger Godhood self, but it all is technically you. But you have to make a distinction between those two things, because sometimes you need a larger bucket and larger mop for the larger scale things that were emanated, on a cosmic level across all time. When you are at unconditional love and you're sending out a vibration or a tone, the universe, cosmos, is sending it back to you. This is big. It's a biofeedback loop. So when you're at this meditative state, you're sending out the love tone, boom, sending out the love tone, sending out the love tone. I'm moving one moment per moment. I'm not struggling. I'm sending out one moment per moment. That is being reflected back to you. That food that you are sending out to these coherent light forms that are surrounding all around your body is being reflected back to you. Love is that reverberation between yourself and yourself, between self as this state, self as this state, coherent light forms, avatars of consciousness, between this state, individuality, between this state, the whole, the entirety, the cosmos, pure abstract time, reflecting back and forth, reverberating back and forth. That is what love is. You send out this love tone and it is received and it is reflected back to you. The higher faculties, okay, I already said the analogy of radio waves from planet that are sent out and go out endlessly for you to re-encounter. I've already used that analogy several times, but I'm just going over that again. So when you send out love, you will then fly around in your non-clank-clank spaceship and you will receive that love. You might have sent it out 2 lifetimes ago, or you might have sent it out 25 years ago, and then you fly around and you re-encounter a love waveform that hits you and feeds you, and you're like, wow, thank you, self-state, for sending that back to me, for sending that to me. You sent food out. I ate a beautiful avocado. I dipped it in soy sauce, which is such a good snack. I sent out the emanation of that experience into the future. Then in the future, when I ascended and transcended corporeality and I no longer eat avocados, I found and experienced and re-experienced that thought form state that I had archived and sent to myself across vast levels of space, time, and consciousness. And I re-encountered it. And I was like, that was an amazing moment. That was an amazing moment that I ate that food way back when I was doing that type of stuff. And now I don't do that type of stuff anymore, but I am fed and sustained by that memory. Do you get it? Feeding and sustaining yourself by creating these positive memories. And eating a food is a very primary example, but walking in a park, when you're walking in a park, be like, I am walking in a park and I'm remembering this moment and I'm sending out and emanating this moment for a time in the future when I will re-encounter this experience from a different perspective and I will cherish. It's like looking at a photograph. I remember that time and I remember that place and I remember being that person and doing those things from a different perspective. Hugely powerful. And that is a way of walking in the world. It's mindfulness. It's very powerful. It's also being a peaceful warrior. You would wish to re-encounter your own love emanations, and you would not wish to re-encounter your own negativity thoughts. And your own negativity thoughts, as I said, mostly amount to self-judgment, mostly about the way that you look at yourself, like, so bad, I'm so wrong, I'm so worthless, I'm so this, I'm so that, I haven't done anything right, I'm the worst person in the world, I'm an axe murderer, and like, I don't deserve anything good. Those are terrible self-states and terrible thought forms. We've all experienced them. But those are not fun to re-experience. Their pain. And when you do re-experience them, you have different modalities that you can use now in terms of healing them. You heal your own pain babies that you gave birth to, your own pain children that are thought forms that are floating around out there. You're like, I thought that thought 15 years ago, and now I'm experiencing it over here, and it needs healing. It needs healing. So there's all sorts of different things, everything from breathing in your tendrils and expelling the detritus to the flying rainbow lasagna and rectifying the genetic malformations and anomalies that led to the back door in the, what got into your mind in the beginning 15 years ago to make you even think that way, to make you emanate those thoughts. And then entropy is another big thing where you're like, you don't have to be in pain anymore. I take away the energy from you. I dampen those strings on the guitar. You don't speak or talk or move anymore. This is not sending something to hell. It is just sending it into a state of non-being. I already showed you that picture where I showed you your higher faculties nest within the field of unconditional love. You save your energetic currency while you are in a meditation and love state. It means your heart is flowing at the rate of unconditional love, 1 Pac-Man dot per moment, chomp, chomp, chomp. Your heart is flowing at the right rate through time. You're saving your currency. You're saving your money, your energetic money, by not wasting thought energy on unworthy thoughts. You are being food for higher dimensional beings, and you are being food for yourself in the future. When many people get together and meditate, they're creating a big giant meditative field. They are food for higher dimensional beings that are positive. The antithesis of parasites. We got to give as much equal time as we do to the putis. Really beautiful ascended masters. So this also has to do with worship. Like, imagine many, many Buddhist monks getting together and they're all meditating at one time. That feeds that avatar, that heart level of consciousness. Imagine many, many people getting together and praying or being in Christ consciousness all at one time. That feeds this avatar of consciousness. You literally, when you're in the groove, even in a non-denominational way, not necessarily in an iconic, worshipful way, when you're in the groove, moving through your life, it could be even like running a marathon. Like when that guy's out there running a marathon, all of his chakras are in beautiful, perfect alignment, creating a love tone food through this athletic expression and achievement. It is creating a food for the higher dimensional beings that eat pure love, and the food for yourself in the future, because spoiler alert, you will become a higher dimensional being who eats nothing but pure love. And that is what's on the other side of the ascension experience. And that is what happens when you are no longer corporeal and you no longer eat physical avocados, but you eat the memory of avocados and the memory of fried chicken, because I've told you my fried chicken story many times. Don't mean to offend any vegans. But yeah, I'm very big on when, like, don't eat junk food or whatever. And I hardly ever eat this way, but just as a brief aside, and I know this is a very long recording, but there's a French bakery that was in a particular neighborhood. And I was there like shopping for apartments. Like I was visiting all these different neighborhoods looking to see apartments. And I'm like, oh, this bakery over here. Like I never eat that stuff, but I went in there and I got this amazing pastry. And I stood there on the street and the sun was shining and it was a beautiful day. And I ate that pastry. And I was just like, I am recording this for the time in my life when I no longer have a physical corporeal body, but like that was the most amazing pastry. It was so good. And then that's it. Like I don't have to eat that every day. That's it. You had the experience. You should do that sometimes, guys. You should have the experience. You should eat very well. You should eat healthfully. You should take great care of your physical body and your vehicle. And sometimes you should also like, oh my goodness, like eat the special good food that is there, that's in your environment, but you just eat it once and then you have that recording, you send it outward. You're making food for yourself in the future. Humans emitting love energy feed the sun, the stars, and the divine presence. And that's what gave you the food in the first place. All right. You are beholden to those beings. You are not beholden to feeding parasitic structures. You are beholden to feeding the ones who gave you the food, which is actually yourself. You as God are actually feeding yourself here as God. And then you reflect it back to yourself as God without any of these perturbations getting between you. All right. I'm losing my place in my thoughts. Humans being hijacked and emitting lower frequency emanations make food for the pooties. We already went over that. Don't need to emphasize that anymore. You are a powerful emanator of ideas. I call this the most powerful muscle you have on your body, your imagination. It is the capacity to make things that aren't in existence yet. And you make things out of the currency of emotional energy and food energy. And now we're doing this planetary ascension. We're moving into a time where we will be making everything out of our minds, not the industrialized world where you have to work hard and like work in a factory and manage your SEO settings and manage your inventories and all these things. We're going to have a completely different level of manifestation. That again, avatars in the past have exemplified this to us, and now you will actually embody this and experience this yourself. And people have shared beautiful anecdotes in this class of their errant manifestations, everything from Angel and the wheelbarrow that magically, miraculously appeared behind her when she needed it, when she was doing a home improvement project, to other people who have manifested pounds of coffee on park benches or within their own shelves. Like, there's got to be a coffee back here. You reach back, they're like, there is a coffee back here because I need my coffee, or whatever it was. Tiny screws from my work bucket, like I need a tiny screw that's exactly this size, and kind of rummage around and they're like, how can I have that? But I have that somehow because I imagined it, because I manifested it. And we are manifesting and imagining on an even greater level than mere tiny screws in order to create the reality structures that we actually wish to inhabit. So believe me, we are doing this. But we also can create unintended things if our mind and our imagination are not controlled. And this is what anxiety would be. My initial example of manifesting something like getting hit by a Mack truck. I went on the highway and I got hit by a Mack truck. You don't want to manifest that. That's destructive, not self-constructive manifestation. So we really need to master the mind so that we do not think about those levels of possibilities, even though those possibilities exist. Let's say, oh no, I thought about getting hit by a Mack truck and now it's going to happen. Oh, like I'm double anxiety. First I had anxiety about the Mack truck. Now I have anxiety about that I'm going to make it happen. You can tell everything in me goes like this, like my shoulders go up, my stomach is clenched, oh, my eyebrows go like this, and everything about me feels anxiety. That's like my nervous system is going crazy. Yeah, signals are flashing, danger, danger. What do? What can you do in those senses? Breathe it back into yourself. Be like, you know something? Where's my pencil with an eraser? You know something? I just wrote the most ridiculous thing in my diary of reality. It is time for me to breathe that back in. I'm breathing back in that reality. No, I don't really want to manifest being hit by a Mack truck on the highway today. I really want to experience going to my destination, having a magical reality. You breathe back in, erase away that structure of your mind, and then redirect those tendrils towards where you actually wish to be experiencing. Don't feed the thought or emotional energy into lower vibration thought creature. You conquer it with love. all of this entire teaching. I know it's been a long recording, but emphasis right here. If you've been with me all the way, thank you for making it to this point. You conquer with love. This is all about being a warrior of love, and all this fighting is about fighting with love, and you conquer with love. You emanate love towards that part of self that needs healing, even the dementors. You know, maybe that's a good word for these putis, or the ones that they torment you. They can torment you. They're on the sides of the road and they're taunting you while you're trying to run the marathon of life. Dementors, like from Harry Potter, like they suck the joy off of you and then you feel like, oh, I feel horrible. They are dementors. They are aspects of self, either define self as smaller microcosmic or larger macrocosmic self. Conquer them with love in recognizing that they need healing. Healing does not necessarily mean hugging. Again, love is a big part of acceptance, where you're like, that is a dementor. They are who they are because of choices they've made on their journey. I do not wish to feed them with energy or sustain them with fear. And I also recognize that that is who they are and it's part of their journey. It is part of your sacred journey as a healer and as the person who is being healed, and you are healing yourself. Those dementors on a larger grand scale cosmic definition of self are you. Big. And you are here as a healer and as a person who is being healed to heal them. So another big definition here is to be a healer, to use your imagination and your projection mechanism for healing. You don't have to already be a divine, perfect person. You are a divine and perfect person, but you can have lessons. You can be in ignorance. I need to learn things. I don't know everything. You can have wounds. You can be like, I'm a wounded person. I have these things. I have these things that need to be healed. You are healing yourself. You don't have to be like, one day I'll be completely healed and perfect, and then I'm going to go around and heal everyone. Your journey of healing yourself is your journey of healing the world. You are good enough in this moment when you meet these dementors, whatever bangs, I want to say like dents you have in your chassis of your body, you can still heal those dementors. In fact, the healing of the dementors is part of how you regain those parts of your energy that were lost, either on a cosmic, microcosmic, or larger macrocosmic battle. Healing of aspects of self because you are connected to the entire cosmos. Dementors are distorted versions of what they could be. They had potential. They are peripheral thought forms. Remember my drawing of the time vortex with the periphery over here, the occupiers over here that are far, 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 sorry for all the notifications coming through, far, far, far from the central core timeline. That's a completely distorted version of who they were. Even dementors have a potential to be something that is much grander, much better, and much more in alignment with what we would call ascended mastery. However, that is not what you are encountering. You're encountering the almost completely distorted, decrepit version of their consciousness. And it needs to go into entropy, which is really what fighting with love is all about. Meditation means bringing mental comfort to the diseased. They are uneasy or not restful thought forms. You don't feed them, but what you do is bring them into entropy. So one of the big practices, like I was talking about recapitulation, breathing in the energy from the negative experience memory that has come up, and then exhaling your emotional detritus. Doing the flying rainbow lasagna has as much to do with turning down the volume on certain genetic quotients as it is also on lifting up and amplifying those genetic quotients that you do want to have and experience and emanate outward. Turn down the volume on certain things, certain ancestral traumas. Ooh, my thing is sliding. Hold on a second. Certain ancestral traumas, personal life experiences, emanations of thought forms that you have experienced or that you are responsible for, or that you are responsible for on a larger sense as God, the divine overarching cosmic presence. You turn down the volume on those things. And it is it's a rectification, and it is also a formula that is unique to you because you have your own unique genetic code where you're like, okay, all of this stuff is going to be amplified, but channels 1, 2, 5, 13, and 18 are all going to go down and go to 0. But someone else might not have those channels that have to go down to 0. They've got a different set of channels. Channels 24, 38, and 103 need to be turned down in volume on your particular song. All right, so everybody has their own particular journey, and your dance of your DNA and your dance of sending some aspects to entropy and some aspects to energy is unique to you. So sending to entropy is also not like, I zap you, get out of here, I send you to entropy. It is a turning down, a dampening of those strings. And it is something where it is not even about, what would I say? Acknowledging, even though it is an acknowledgement in the activity. I have to get my thing and plug it in because I've been online for so long. I'm using my batteries here. It is an acknowledgement in the sense that you are doing something, but you don't have to address them. Like I said, you don't have to be like, hey, I see you're a negative thought form. I'm turning down the volume on you, man. You're like, in some of these action movies, like you're toast, like I'm turning down the volume on you. You don't have to do it in that way. It is actually a secondary or it is implied. It is implied. Oh, beautiful. Melissa says, it's like we are our own DJ of life. And once again, my words didn't speak properly, but I love your comment. It's beautiful. You are saying it's like we are our own DJ of life. And that's exactly what you want to do. The song of you is unique to you, and you want to turn up the thought structures and ideas and emotional aspects that are like, yes, this part inside of me, be alive and keep going and have a coherence and a longevity. Keep going. I want to re-encounter you. Keep going as a thought form. And other thought forms you're making or feeling or encountering, and you're like, no, I really don't want to feel that or say that or be that or speak that or revivify that. And what you have is the capacity to take back your energy or to erase. Beautifully well said. Angel says, to curate one's life. Exactly. And a big part of being an artist or a musician is curating your own experience. You might make a ton of drawings. Like as an artist, you make 10 million drawings or 10 million watercolors. And then you're like, it's all crap, but this one is good. This one is the one I put in the show. Like, I'm joking, of course, but that's what it is sometimes being an artist, because you give yourself the creative process, be like, make, just do, because it's fun to make stuff. And then you look at it more critically later and you're like, yeah, like none of this stuff has merit, but this is the one that I curate into existence. And T says, exactly. And our DJ sets is built in. I think that's a big part of this too. There is an inevitable higher intelligence in reaching the ascension point, reaching that wormhole and going through is an inevitability. You're an inevitability particle. You're going to make it no matter what. Your DJ set is built in. And I also think that we take personal responsibility in making a lot of aesthetic choices, which is what the sense of being a curator is all about. You make aesthetic choices about what do you want to be in your body? Who do you want to be in life? What type of experiences do you want to be? How do you want to interact with others? How do you want to interact with dementors when you meet them? And you will meet them. How do you want to interact with them? How do you want to respond when these negative thought forms come up in your life? And the curatorial process has to do with your own emotional, intellectual, energetic response to these and behavioral response to these beings. Your healing aspects of self, emphasizing again, because you are connected to the entire cosmos. When you heal yourself in your individual life presence, that healing radiates outward in concentric circles. It affects everyone else who is a self state. All of you who are self states. It affects, that healing affects all of you. It affects your ancestors. It affects your progeny. It affects all life on all planes everywhere. Let's talk about Christ consciousness. I know it's been many hours and I'm still going. The Energizer Bunny is still going. We need to talk about Christ consciousness. In this world, in the religion of Christ, it is Christianity. Christ is affiliated with these concepts of peace, comfort, and joy. It says that like on Christmas cards, peace, comfort, and joy. These are beautiful concepts to exemplify. When you gain control over your Christ center, and when you have enough unconditional love currency whirling around as a stable foundation for this higher faculty to be active, when you can actually activate it, you can see the elegance of time. You can perceive the interconnectedness of events. The more that you see, the more you must be unconditional loving. And it takes a lot of love to accept the information that comes through inner vision. And also, the more that vision bolsters your sense of unconditional love. So it takes a lot of unconditional love to even get up to this level of being able to see. When you see the elegance of time, or you perceive all these interconnectedness of events, you're like, oh, I get it. I get it. And it's usually wordless. It's so hard to put into words. But you get why all these dominoes had to happen. You get the causality structure. You get why that grief and pain and loss happened over there. You get why that addiction was going on over there. You get why that dementor was over there. And there is, when I say elegance, it's like an elegant equation. It's often a word used in math. It's elegant, like it is exactly what it needs to be. There's no extra around the edges. It functions perfectly. It's got a beauty to itself. And you see how there is this very beautiful structure to everything that is going on. And in perceiving that beautiful structure, then there is a lot less of the dissatisfaction or the dismay or the fist shaking at the sky. How could that happen? It's not fair. And I jokingly talk about that as I feel those feelings. Don't worry, I'm with you. Feel and have felt those feelings. However, when you get to the level of Christ consciousness and looking at this, you feel peace, comfort, and joy from that perspective, and you also emanate it to others, that you have a different perspective on the interconnectedness of events and causality structures in life. And once again, I'm getting to the area in my notes where I affirmed that the only person that you can be in control of is your own self. So instead of the dissatisfaction, the dismay, and all the shoulds, and the long list of judgment and criticisms that you would spew out towards others about what they should be doing in their life, you recognize that they are on their journey, they're in freedom, and you're accepting that. Now let's talk about you. You are a beautiful cosmos or a beautiful universe unto yourself. You are God. You are your own savior. Your chakras are avatars or representatives of different world ages. Therefore, distorted or negative thought forms within your universal or within your universe or cosmos are distorted aspects of self. So we're getting on this sense of, as you are identifying beyond this merely temporal ego, beyond the level of yellow, beyond the mere bounds of this epidermis, and you begin to see the elegance of time and the interconnectedness of your many layers of beingness, you start to understand and accept that the negative thought forms, the dementors, the parasites and putis that are out there are within your own cosmos, that they are distorted aspects of self. They are perturbations of the energy field, perturbations of time. And that when I talk about the cosmic body shop, you're like, I'm going to change that dent so that now there's a perfect lens there. There's not a dent in the body shop. I'm going to change that dent so there's no longer a dent in the body shop. I'm going to the body shop to change the body so that there's no longer a dent in the chassis, I should say. And then eventually what you have is this perfect holistic whole with none of the perturbations around the side. And that is when there is you, the individual, and you, the coherent thought forms, and all of the membranes of death are perfectly clear. And that is part of the goal of doing the vocal toning, that at a certain point, you tune yourself up by singing through these chakras, and we'll teach you how, of being able to clear out the thought forms, restructure the energy field, and then just have perfectly clear energy pathways. Ascended masters, ascended masters, both corporeal and non-corporeal. When you have gained access to your higher faculties, you are just starting to access the understanding that happens from a higher perspective. You need to be in a foundation of unconditional love and be guided by the violet chakra, which means connected to the divine. So when you matriculate to the university of the universe, when you get to this level of Christ consciousness and being able to see through here, you still don't have to know everything. It means you're at the beginning of the journey. You're at the beginning of understanding and perceiving. You're at the beginning of making sense. You're at the beginning of perceiving the elegance of interconnectedness of all of these lives. You don't know everything yet. That teaching is guided by this violet chakra that is the librarian showing you, look over there, learn this lesson, now learn this lesson, now go over here and learn this lesson again. And that's also truthful in meditation and reclaiming energy, like this thing bubbles up because that's what's on your plate for right now. And you heal and process that thing. And then this other thing bubbles up, heal and process that thing. You're literally slowly guiding your life back into, you're getting corrected. And so there's actually a beautiful pattern of reconciliation and correction and healing that's happening. Christ consciousness is connected to the source and guided by the source. The negative inverse shadow is the megalomania that happens when people raise their energy to hear, but they have not yet gotten to hear, they haven't yet gotten the guidance, and they declare like, yes, like I am Christ. There are many that have had this experience in their lives. Yes, you are Christ. You all are a special person. You all contain the potential for Christhood. What you need to do is also continue the journey, get all the way up to violet, and have the violet divine presence guide you through this learning process of awakening and recognizing that you are Christ, because this is a very powerful tool for your imagination, tool for creating reality, tool for healing and changing and transforming your body and the body of time. And it's necessary to be guided through it, and also see yourself in the context of the larger interconnected context. So again, I said, avatar comes from Sanskrit, avatar, one who has come across waters. Consciousness that came to be embodied in a physical form from a non-embodied state. That's what an avatar means. The representative. It's also the literal definition of what Greek hero was, like in the time of the heroes, a representative of, quote unquote, the gods or God. Each chakra is associated with a world age and has a concomitant avatar. So that means each color of the rainbow, each chakra, each energy presence has an avatar and is associated with a particular world age. So the past 2,000 years was this indigo level over here. And again, this is my understanding of what these world ages were. It's my understanding that green is exemplified by Buddha, and that his teachings were about the level of unconditional love at that age. The part, instead of being like, okay, so like, when was this one? I need like a timeline from when to when was this, from when to when was this? Instead of focusing on that level of literal analysis, just understand that each one of your layers of being is representative of a world age, and that what you're going through is a fractal journey, like a dream within a dream within a dream, layers within layers within layers. So even as you've been in the red, orange, and the yellow layer, you've also been in the green layer, you've also been in the light blue layer, and you also have been in the layer of the past 2,000 years. Linear logical language is inadequate to be able to talk about these things. But when I talk about like concurrent lives, that's what I'm talking about. You're having these concurrent existences. But from our time perspective, the past 2,000 years have been exemplified as the indigo chakra, the time of Christ, time of Jesus Christ, the Christian religion and Christianity, and the age of Pisces, or the Piscean age. We are coming out of that age of the externalized patriarchal authority figure and moving into the age of Aquarius, which is the age has a new embodiment, a new avatar, and it is about the direct connection to the source without having to have an external religion or ego structure telling you what to do, like a king, a leader, priest, someone outside of yourself who tells you, go here and do this. Instead, it is all arising internally. It is directed by your innate inner connection to the source. You move beyond in personal development the need for an externalized religion, telling you what's right and wrong, or having the connect. And now you have the connection to the source in each one of us. And that also has to do with taking personal responsibility and recognizing that the only person that you can control is you, and that others are also on their own journey controlling themselves. Big, big, big in the age that we are moving into. It is an age of radical self-responsibility and self-accountability and self-led experience by self-state as God talking to self-state as ego. And that also will help you in the Unconditional Love Foundation to understand self-state as God is talking to self-state as ego as that guy. And they're going through their journey and they're in freedom, and I allow them that freedom. So this is very, very different than having a government institution or a religious institution dictating to everyone how you should be, what you should do, what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do. Literally, your own divine connection tells you who you should be, what you should do, and what you're allowed to do. And it's like the very greater intensification of the definition of having a conscience, having an inner guidance system of right and wrong that tells you what you should and shouldn't do in your life, and even more basically guiding from moment to moment. How do you know which Pac-Man moments to chomp? Should I chomp in this direction? Should I chomp in this direction? Somebody help me. Somebody tell me what I'm supposed to chomp. What am I supposed to do from moment to moment? If I'm not thinking and I'm not in my verbalized mind and I'm not allowing the predator mind to tell me, what you need to do is optimize your SEO settings and then check your bank account and then go to the grocery store, like all of those things. That's all predator mind stuff. Not that I do all of those things. So I'm not down on any of those activities. But when you're completely guided by the violet chakra and your connection, your innate connection to the source, which is divine, the divine source tells you, in this moment, go here and do this. Now in this moment, go here and do this. And now in this moment, go here and do this. And everything gets done. All of your achievements are accomplished, all of your goals are accomplished, but without the intervening chatter and motivational exercises of the ego exerting itself. But we love the ego, but we're supposed to have divine ego. And I'll get to all of your comments. Thank you. So you have all of these avatars. Wait, I missed something. This is big because I have this one highlighted on my screen too. The whole idea of meditation is finding that connection to the source within. That is what this class is about today. It's about meditation. It's about turning off the implanted verbalized mind. It is about returning to your own connection to the source. It is about returning to your ability to listen and connect with your own highest guidance. And meditation can be thought of as mediation between these different self states. Meditation is how you reconnect or connect all the time to that guidance of the highest source that is divine, the source within. The avatars that are your chakras are here to guide you in partnership on your journey through this world. Guide you in partnership. They are your true partners. They are your true family members. They are your true children. Those are the ones that you want to feed when you eat a beautiful avocado or whatever is your favorite food. You're feeding your light body. Coherent light beings that are around you, and they support you and they interpenetrate you and they keep you alive on your journey, and you keep them alive with your love emanations. It is mutual partnership. They help support, nourish you, and guide you to this moment, and you continue onward through eternity, and you reflect love back to them. And then guess what? At a certain point, you transcend the physicality. You become a coherent light being, and you do the same for others. It is reciprocal in the new direction. Consciousness has been on a journey through the world ages, through the eras, cycling through all of these increasing more and more subtle layers. So understand these different world ages as going through more and more and more subtle layers, from a layer of great density through less dense, less dense, less dense. And now we actually got up to indigo, which is actually a less dense realm. But violet that we're moving into, this is the least dense realm, the subtlest realm that we are moving through in our journey. So when we got up to Christ consciousness, I want to make this emphasis. There have been avatars of many different flavors that have existed at the level of indigo. So not to be too ethnocentric in terms of Christ Christianity and the European or Aramaic or Middle Eastern approach, that there, I hesitate at Middle Eastern because there's also the ancient Middle Eastern approach of Isis and Osiris, Osiris being the Christ avatar of that time, Isis being the Mary, and then Horus being the child, the child conceived in virgin birth. Daganawida from the Iroquois tradition is also Christ consciousness. A lot of the same stories about conceived in virgin birth, born but never dying, just ascending upward, peace bringer, amazing person to read about. And please understand that we have a book that is again ethnocentric, like the New Testament, that is about the life of Jesus, but there are many avatars who lived in cultures that have oral traditions, not written traditions. So there might be knot work, like there might be a knotted belt or a wampum belt about their life, but not a written book. So in ethnocentric hierarchy, it is not necessarily recognized as much, but there are many whose names we did not know, is all I'm trying to say, because of oral culture versus written culture, or written culture that might be represented as textile weaving or belts or knot work, and is not necessarily recognized as cuneiform or Aramaic or a Torah scroll. And the god Krishna. Krishna from the Hindu tradition, Christian, Krishna, crystal, he is associated with having blue skin, and again, did many of the miracles or had many of the miraculous experiences that we affiliate and associate with the teacher that was from Judea 2,000 years ago. All of this to bring us and to calibrate back into more of a sense of universal Christ consciousness. It is a universal consciousness represented by many different teachers throughout the age of the indigo chakra. And again, don't be too literal about saying, well, when exactly did Krishna exist? And was that within the past 2,000 years? Or was this between this many years? Don't go too much into literal analysis, because I think it will just tie you up in knots. Just understand these are allegorical truths, but still truths, and that time is not linear in the sense that we're talking about when we use linear time language in these levels of consciousness and density and subtleness. The most important thing to understand is You have all of these avatars living on your body as living presences. They are called the chakras, and they are living, coherent light beings. You are surrounded on all sides by living, coherent light beings. That is who you truly are. That is what you're truly made of. And that's what surrounds your physicality body and helps to carry you and move you through time. Literally, Christ consciousness lives within you. This area of your body, this indigo structure. Can tell I need more water. Sorry to be interrupting such an important thing to say. Christ lives within you, and it is part of this energy anatomy that is on your body. It is a facet of a much larger crystal. That's why we call it Christ, crystalline, Krishna, and I'm very affiliated with things that are made out of crystalline and crystalline structure. And crystalline means molecules that are perfectly arranged as opposed to randomly arranged. You're getting up to this level here, you're talking about becoming perfectly arranged in terms of time and time consciousness. Each one of us is infinitely special and is a facet of that jewel of Christ consciousness and has an innate connection to the divine source. Each one of us has this amazing Christ consciousness that is centered in the third eye. It is your eye of time, it is your telepathy, and it's your higher faculties. And when you activate your third eye or your eye of time, that is when you gain superpowers. And it's a very powerful and amazing presence to be a part of. Again, I always say this in my class, but now you know and you understand why, and you have the full teaching. It is non-denominational. It is for people and organisms of all times and all places. It is a basic definition and aspect of self. It is it is by definition a foundation level of who you are as consciousness. It's who you are. And again, this is also part of who and what you feed. The chakras are actually living light beings. They are alive. They eat light. You emit light. You feed them with your light. Thoughts are consciousnesses that exist at large. The human biohuman is embedded within the living light thought matrix. Again, positive matrix, not negative matrix like the movie. A living thought energy is what chakras are made of. They're made of living thought energy. And the more that you think these thoughts, like we've had a conversation here of many hours, thinking these thoughts about the love presence, the love tone, and also Christ and the Christ presence, we have literally put a lot of energy into those levels of being. We have fed those presences, we have fed on in your own body as an individual, and in the larger superstructure that we are embedded within, we have put positive energy, nourishing energy into those beings. We keep them alive. You're in a mutually beneficial partnership with all of your chakras. You keep them alive, they keep you alive. The cosmos is a perfectly tuned, complex, balanced, infinitely perfect system of expression. That's big. That's part of the recognition of the elegance of the great equation, great math equation that you're a part of here, as opposed to it is not a random, capricious, malicious, or arbitrary level of being. And unconditional love and the higher self perspective affirms to us that it is a beautifully, perfectly made, perfectly organized self state that we are within, including the things that need to be healed. I gotta say that because it's the fish shaking. Like, it's not supposed to be like the standard. It's supposed to be perfect. Like, where's the perfection? Where's my divine perfection? It is divine perfection in the sense that we are also here as healers that need ourselves to be healed, and we heal the larger sense when we heal ourselves. So we are God. God needs to be healed. We are healing ourselves even as we heal the larger sense, and we heal each other in the world that we are within. Your chakras are your true inhabitants of your body and your life. Yourself from the future coming at a different rate through time. Get it? Yourself from the future. Spoiler alert, you become your chakras. You become a being of pure light. You become Christ. When do you live? Remember this about when you meet a higher dimensional being. Where are you from? What's your planet? What, show me your home world. Not when do you live or even where are you from, but you have to ask, at which rate do you vibrate? Are you faster than light? What is your speed? Instead of, where do you come from? Point to it on a map for me. Beings that are made of pure light, who you will evolve into on your journey of consciousness. It's the journey of light. It's the refinery of your soul as you are moving through time. Through the successive layers of unconsciousness during sleep and slumber, you gain greater access to levels of very high energy consciousness. So that's what it is. When you turn off your mind and you kind of descend, and all of your chakras and all of your levels of density begin to reconnect to God. And then they all get that light again, and they all get into return to factory settings. They all get balanced out again. And then the idea is maintaining that even when you wake up in the morning and start blabbing with your big talking mind. Before ego, we were connected to it all the time. When you were an infant, mostly, but also in meditative states and sometimes in psychedelic states. The body regenerates at night. It's a time of rebuilding, healing, and detoxifying. And the energy to rebuild and heal comes from reconnecting to the source. So the whole idea is stay connected to the source throughout your day. And then it's not just something where it's like, oh, I'm so tired, I can't wait to go to sleep, and then finally get some energy, and then wake up in the morning and then degenerate again, like go down and down and down again, and then go to sleep at night and then wake up here and then down and down and down again. Through meditation and mindfulness practice throughout your day, you get to maintain that energy throughout your day and have a completely different quality of experience. And that's what that blissfulness is. That's what that frictionless mind state is. It's very different. And it also means that your body can heal and regenerate. A big part of this also is when you are moving into becoming a coherent light form, at a certain point, you require more energy than you can possibly distill out of physical solidified food in order to fuel your journey. So you absolutely have to begin to connect directly to light, to the source, to get your energy from that state of being. So for right now on the journey upward, you're like, I got to eat tomatoes, I got to eat nuts, I got to eat avocados, I got to eat stuff. And then out of that stuff, I distill light. But at a certain point, you would have to eat like a truckload of nuts, a truckload of avocados in order to be able to get the energy that you need to run these higher faculties. Because it's like booking time on the telescope. And I go, like, I get like 5 minutes on the telescope is like $5 million. You know how many avocados that is? That's a lot of avocados that you have to eat. So at a certain point, you have to become a light eating, love eating being, but we'll get into that. So I talked about distortions at the level of the yellow chakra were intentionally created for the purpose of creating food for lower dimensional beings. And you know that in many ways in the class, I would save that as a spoiler alert, because people would be like demons are being eaten by demons and pooties, and like, you know, it's a negative emotional response. But, you know, so I try to use lightheartedness and all this other type of stuff, give you a firm foundation of actual love, consciousness, love, intellectual integument, so that in the revelation of that truth, you don't go off the deep end or get out into emotional imbalances, but it is accepted as a part of our self state. And then we're in the rectification of that self state. The hacked human operating system, an inherently flawed implantation at birth. I've gone through this before, designed for us to identify with as self. You think of it as yourself, but it's not yourself. Used to siphon off energy and to feed lower energy in the form of the pooties. I talked about how every morning you wake up and you create a perfectly balanced energy input output structure in your torus shape, and then thoughts chip away at it. Eating each thought on a timeline is like eating a packet of consciousness. That's big. When you move through time, you're not just moving through time, you're eating time. And each time is a packet of consciousness that comes from a higher self, from higher intelligence. So when Pac-Man is eating, here's a dot, Pac-Man's eating it. This is possibilities, probabilities, information, data, pure intellectual understanding. It's a packet of consciousness. And you have all of these different timelines and all of these different possibilities that you can eat from. So it's really the sense of which packet of consciousness do you want to eat from. That is all guided by higher intelligence, guided by the violet structure up here. Aligning with timelines and thoughts that give us great vitality, that keep our chakras balanced and in alignment with divinity and eternal life, give us a perfectly balanced torus shape. You want to eat the right food that keeps your input output equal, so that you are in stasis or in balance in terms of a chakra shape. Big teaching over here now. Emphasis. DNA as antenna, DNA as connection to thoughts and which thoughts you are eating. So when I talk about Pac-Man is eating packets of thoughts, a lot of which thought you eat and your inner experience, a lot of the determining factors have to do with genetic factors. Your DNA allows you to hear different thoughts. The modification that happened to humans that makes you hear certain thoughts and tune into what Don Juan calls the predator mind is a genetic modification. Your DNA got changed. Your ordinary radio broadcast, quote unquote, that you would be listening to, that is God radio, got changed and shifted over into, you know, what we call like the predator radio or the dementor radio. And that our challenge is to change the radio station back to reclaim the divine thought structure as our thought structure that we listen to and embody all the time, and that we take our directives from. Flying rainbow lasagna as the tool for restructuring your DNA and changing which radio station, quote unquote, of reality you are tuning into in terms of your thought structure. Change the shape and behavior of your DNA so that you are now tuning back into the divine source of energy so that you hear those thoughts, because it's not supposed to be that when you wake up in the morning, the first thoughts that you think send you all into an imbalanced state and siphon off all this energy. You're supposed to think the thoughts that keep you perfectly in alignment with the divine, that lead to eternal energy, lead to eternal life. When you are in alignment with the divine, those are the thoughts that you think. And then life becomes an amazing adventure. So you don't have to throw your mind out the window, and you're supposed to have a yellow solar plexus level, and the experience is supposed to be completely different when you're tuned into, you know, the radio station that is God. Also, if you think anything about what's happening right now in our world, and I recorded these lessons far beyond what's happening in our world now, genetic modifications that are in the form of injections change the radio station that you're tuning into and change what humans are listening to internally and change their trajectory through time quite a lot. Basic here. Controlling your mind equals controlling your timelines equals controlling your awareness. So mastering your mind has to do with mastering which timelines you inhabit and travel upon, which means controlling the needle of awareness, where you focus your awareness. All of this has to do with DNA behavior. It's big. Some thoughts come from the level of green or higher self state and divine stuff. When thoughts come from a non-loving layer, here are some things you can say to them. That's a thought. It's just like observing. That's a thought. That's certainly a thing. Like, that's just what it is. That's a thought. You don't have to say anything more about it. It just is. But that's remaining in neutrality. You can also say that's a thought that I'm not interested in. And that's kind of like the no thank you, but not a big pushing and pulling against, not a big contract that is created through tensegrity and duality. And then this one I hesitate to add, but sometimes I would say to something, I don't think so. And I would say that as a clearing out, like, want to get hit by a Mack truck on the highway today? No, I don't think so. But I don't want you to put too much energy into the forceful pushing away. Like, I will never get hit by a Mack truck. Get away from me. With all of that, I'm overacting, but you get the idea, the sense that when you do that, you really go into it a lot of struggling against. And really the no, I don't think so is more like a casual to neutral, but with some attitude. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. Harming or disturbing the DNA of organisms is a way to control them, control their minds, control their behavior, control their trajectory through time. Humanity has been genetically modified many, many, many times throughout our experience, from the immortal self state that we came from, that is remembered as the antediluvian perfect world or time of immortals, to the time of now. We had many different interruptions and disruptions, and then now there is the present ongoing disruption that is happening. The story of what happened to humanity in ancient times is concurrent to what is happening right now. Big concurrent. Time language is inadequate in terms of linearity to talk about it, but it's concurrent. When we lived at that time, there was not a state known as disease. We didn't know what disease was, but here we do know what disease is. But that, harkening back to that time, it is a state of total health and vitality, and also a mind being peaceful and happy, total blissful mind. All actions are positive actions informed by the heart and unconditional love and the wisdom of higher intelligence. I'm describing to you what this antediluvian realm of immortality was like. A magical reality and a society of ascended masters. Everybody was or an ascended master or on the journey to becoming an ascended master. That's all that existed. That was all that existed before these original genetic modifications or perturbations were placed inside of us. through yoga and a connection to the divine and healing and regeneration, the body has the capacity to last a long time, much longer than 100 years. Around here, 100 years is like if you're lucky, and usually under states of decrepitude, like the body doesn't work that well after 100 years. But in that time, it was natural and normal for the body to last hundreds, if not thousands of years in a state of great vitality. And the quality of life was amazing, and your mind was blissful, and your heart was peaceful, and life was an amazing, fun, long, extended adventure. I know it sounds good, right? The manufacturer of the cosmos, the one who made your chassis, makes quality apparatuses. All right, this is what it's quality stuff. Yeah, so not some cheap thing that wears out after only a couple of decades. So please understand that those are addendums or changes that have been made to your DNA structure to make it so that your body wears out more quickly than it actually should. However, we have the capacity to change and return to our original intended genetic behavior, which has to do with lasting for hundreds or thousands of years and being in an empowered self state, which you also understand the invaders / parasites / dementors would wish to diminish that level of empowerment. Because if, let's say, you have to die and be reborn every 30, 40, or 50 years, like there's a learning curve. Like then you have to spend 10 years just getting up to speed and figuring out who you are and learning the ways of the road and how do people speak and walk and talk and act. It's this whole thing, infancy and early childhood and just getting up to speed into adulthood. And then most of the people get to adulthood and they die and then they have to do it all again. So yeah, it's part of the disempowerment structure. Genetic distortions reduce humanity's coherence. Literally, your coherence, your ability to stay together and last over time. It's your longevity, your distance, your staying power. When you reclaim your DNA, you keep out intrusive thoughts and you keep out genetic violators. And there is no more abuse of the beautiful physical form. And you look at your body as a gift. That's big. I'm going to read it again. Reclaim your DNA. Keep out intrusive thoughts and genetic violators. It's a violation. It's not invited. Not supposed to happen. But I don't shake my fist at the cosmos, but we fix it. No more abuse of the beautiful physical form. Your body is a gift. Big. Claim your food, claim your mind. Eternity body that leads onward and onward. So the biggest practice that you can do right now in terms of meditation, emphasis, is being mindful and meditative in the way that you eat your food every moment of the day. And I know that's a lot to ask. You can do it. You can begin to structure your life to do this, where everything that you're eating is moving towards love, is moving towards freedom, is moving towards the greater structuring of your body. And none of it is about feeding those intrusive thoughts or genetic violators. Food is a big tool or weapon, for lack of a better word, in fighting with love. The physical food you eat also feeds the light body of coherent chakras and thought forms. I really think of it more like a love. You're making love. Like you can make love to a sandwich. I'm sure you've done it. Like, oh, this is so good. Like just focus on it completely. Just the feeling of it, the eating of it, how good it feels going into your tummy. That is literally you making love to the food, the sources of the food, the light energy of the food, and the consciousness that clusters around you in the form of the coherent light body beings. And they love to watch you eat. Do you understand? Like they're like, that person loves that food. That is so good. They don't have bodies anymore, but they're not jealous. They're like, yes, eat it. It's good. Enjoy it. It is so good. As opposed to those who don't have bodies and are jealous. They're like, oh, I want to get between you in that sandwich. I'm very jealous here. And I want some of that. And I want to be like you because I wish I had a body because I made terrible choices because I'm stuck here now. I'm being lighthearted, but that's kind of a personification of the way that they are. So yeah, they're jealous and they want to come between you and your food and don't allow it to happen. Your relationship of your physical body to higher dimensional beings. They are love-based, coherent thought forms. And again, they're your true partners and they're your true family and they're who you will truly be. That's whom you are beholden to, not these other, more parasitic thought forms. Love is the currency of the cosmos and it is the food for higher dimensional creatures. Higher dimensional self-state eats the love tone. Your body, your bio body makes by moving through time. And it's emitted when your chakra system is running on optimal speed. So when you're going along at exactly the right rate through time and you're in your flow state and you're doing great, you're literally emitting a love food. That is what feeds the coherent light beings around you. Feed your chakras with love and then they feed you. And it is a beautiful partnership and you keep on going and going and going and going and going. It can be a perpetual motion machine. Humanity's perception via DNA antenna has been genetically altered. I already did that. And making you more easily able to tune into the lower emotional range, the orange stuff, anger, sadness, grief, mammalian affection. Attraction can be good, but sometimes it's to the wrong partners. Do you understand? So sometimes people are very, very, very obsessed with like, who's the most attractive male or female, and all of that type of obsession, all of that is a negative inverse of what mammalian attraction is supposed to be. So just understand that it takes effort to get back up to here to this love level, because humans have been genetically modded to pretty much be at this level and lower down into the orange level. That's like when you're eating and when you're like in sadness, when you're in grief, people eat their emotions. You know that people do this, like, I'm so sad, I'll eat the bucket of chocolate. I'm so sad, crying into their ice cream. But that, again, being lighthearted is part of the genetic hack. And then what you can do is rectify that. And by healing that, you are reconnecting with everything that you're supposed to be reconnecting with, because God and the higher levels of self want to know what's actually going on in your life. They don't want you to actually be stuck down here, not connecting. They want you to broadcast all of this, and they actually can offer some real help and guidance when you are in challenging states to actually help to bring you out of those challenging situations. Your job as an embodied creature is to broadcast your food experience to higher dimensional self-state chakra living light beings. When you eat in meditation, you are a perfect conduit for them. You are a taste bud on the tongue of God. That's the everything of what this is all about here. Meditation over your food as one of the greatest tools for personal freedom and for a transformative experience for yourself as an individual and for this entire planet. The flavors and the sensations that are coming into your body. You're feeding the non-corporeal nourishment via your broadcast. You're feeding yourself in the future. Put away distractions if you can. And it's hard. It takes a lot of effort, because mostly people read a book or watch TV or do something slightly distracting while they eat. It takes a lot to really be in the moment and be like, okay, I'm going to really focus on my food, because the jealous ones will try to come between you and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to try to bring up something either that you're angry or sad about, or busyness. Do those emails, those SEO optimizations. And it takes a lot. Refocus on the now and refocus on the sensations and being in joy, and radiating that joy to the cells of your body, and radiating that joy to the coherent light forms that sustain your body. I want to go a little bit into virus, because viruses are, let me just read what I've got here. Non-physical inorganic life, consciousnesses that are trapped interdimensionally between having a physical body and between being a being of pure love. So right now, you and I have physical bodies. One day we'll be beings of pure love. But what if you get trapped in between? You're a non-corporeal, disembodied body. Remember, I ain't got no body. I ain't got no body. And that means that they can't eat, but they can't eat the food of love yet. And this relates to the ancient Egyptian religion, those who did not die well, and also those who did not experience the opening of the mouth ritual after their mummification ceremony, the sense that they are somehow stuck wandering in an afterlife, being hungry and unfulfilled, but without the capacity to eat all of the food of love that exists there. A cautionary tale that we would not wish to experience ourselves. So it is necessary to cultivate ourselves during life, to send out these positive love emanations during life, to build your body of love during life, so that you will eventually ascend and become a pure, coherent light being. Let's talk about what viruses are. Viruses are not truly alive beings, according to science's definition of life. They cannot metabolize or reproduce on their own. So what they do is they find a host like you, and they go inside of you, and they go to your cells, and they say to your cells, don't listen to your own DNA, listen to me and my DNA. And then they tell your cell's DNA to replicate them. And they also use your food energy to do the replication process. And this is very similar to what these demonic occupiers of the interstices, don't even want to use the word demonic anymore, but these consciousness residues do. And what happens in your body at a certain point is your cells wisen up, they get smart, and they say, hey, you don't sound like me. Like, you're not my genetic structure. I'm going to stop listening to you. This is what we all need to do. Whatever are those thought forms, or whatever are those things that are impacting on your consciousness, it is necessary to, at a certain point, refocus on who you really are and whom you really identify with, knowing your own true self state and say, you don't sound like me at all, and I'm going to stop listening to you. I'm going to start replicating and doing my own DNA structure. I'm going to start feeding myself because I'm a being of pure love. And the things that I'm hearing from you, in negative interstice person, you don't sound like love at all. And I know that I'm made of love, and I know that this is what I am. So I know that that's a little bit of a, like, maybe in conflict, like, but wait, aren't these all me on a larger level? Isn't this like the dementors are me? They're you, but you got to say at a certain point, that's not you. That's not who should be running the show. That's not who should be driving the car. That's the part of you that needs healing. That's the part of you that needs to go to entropy. So that is the distinction that needs to be made, to say some of these thoughts are my true, eternal, divine self, and I want to feed them, and I want them to be inside of me. And some of these thoughts are not the true divine self, and I don't want them inside of me. And that's basically what it is to have a virus. Viruses are also similar to corporations in the sense they are non-corporeal entities that require human hosts to feed and replicate for them. Back doors were created by lower dimensional creatures so that they could have something to eat because they got locked out of having a physical body and didn't or couldn't yet ascend to pure love. Got it? They created humans whose forms they could be fed upon, the human yarrows. That means like a chicken coop for humans. That's the sad news that we learn about in this episode of being alive on planet Earth. You learn, your body was made a mortal body so that you could be fed upon by beings that are kind of in the interstices and that don't have their own bodies. That's not necessarily positive, but again, there's all these different things that we can use, and being a warrior of love and doing flying rainbow lasagna means that you get to transcend these difficulties. I've written down here, meditation means being a freedom fighter and means not being food for pooties. That's big emphasis. If you want to know how to fight with love, what you do is you refuse to be food for the interstice dwelling beings. You refuse to allow them to feed off of your anger, sadness, etc. You refuse to listen to their messages that are anything less than love. You refuse to not only go into judgment yourself or go into criticism or emulate them in any way, but also you do not allow them their various different techniques for siphoning energy off of you. I'm getting into the end of the presentation. I know it's been a long one. It's been a marathon, everyone. And then I'm going to get to all of your questions. This is the last thing. Wait, I want to say emitting the love tone is what feeds higher dimensional consciousness. You also emanate truth. You also emanate pure understanding. You emanate back to the source itself, reflecting divinity back to itself. Reading it again because it's so big. When you're emitting the love tone, that is what feeds higher dimensional consciousness. You are also emanating truth, pure understanding. You emanate back to the source itself. It is reflecting divinity back to itself. That which created you and is sustaining you, you then reflect that back to itself. It is all self-reflecting back to self. Big emphasis here. Eventually, your body will transform into a new state that there's no way you could eat enough physical food to get all of the light that you need for nourishment. So you will connect directly to light, the sun, the stars, the source of higher consciousness, and all love emanations via the higher faculties in order to sustain the body presence. It's the journey of consciousness, the refinery, and you are refined to this point. So all of that energy going from the general to the specific and awakening your higher faculties and being able to do the love tone and being able to see through here and being able to connect to God through here, all of that has to do with, at a certain point, you will run your body not like a steam engine where you shovel in coal and then, puff, 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 and you release kinetic energy, or you shovel in avocados or chocolate or whatever you like to eat, and then puff, 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 out comes kinetic energy and infrared heat. What you will do is eat pure ideas, pure energy, light, which is information and data. You'll be connected directly to that level of consciousness. And that is what will fuel your journey through time. And then, spoiler alert, you have become a coherent light being. You have transcended physicality. You're in a different level of density, a different level of reality, and have different food requirements. You still have food requirements, but it is nothing but the food of love. Nothing but pure love. It is pure Christ energy, pure love energy, pure divine energy that comes into you, as opposed to indirectly ingesting that through having to eat physicality food. My thing was down to 2%, and I got through my notes down to 2% battery power, but we did it from 100% down to 2%, everyone. Now I will go through your comments. I thank you so much to people who have been with me on the marathon today. Get some electrolytes, because we just did marathon, like you need something like some Gatorade or something. Getting over to here. T was, this is back from like several hours ago, the DJ sets. T was saying that they also meant the instrument with which you play along. Angel's comment says, I concur that the meaning of thinking one is actually Christ. In training as a physician back in the 1980s, so she was trained as a physician in the 1980s. She says, I was amazed how many people in psychiatric care thought that they were Christ. When I spent time as a patient myself in 2012, nobody thought they were Christ, but were more connected to Christ consciousness. Fascinating evolution is underway. That is fascinating. Apologies for my squinty, scrolly faces, because it's just a little bit hard for me to read the tiny words over there. Thank you for sharing, first of all, your own personal journey and what you've been through, and also very interesting insight into people with what psychiatry would say megalomania and self-aggrandizement categories, like, you know, whatever they would be written about in a book, like this is what's wrong with you. And that they used to say, like, I am Christ, like I remember, you know, what I'm giving my sandals and my long brown robe, I'm this guy, right? But now she is saying that more, they are saying they're connected to Christ consciousness. And I would say that's beautiful, that's really interesting. And also many times, just drinking a little, things that are considered to be symptomatic in our world are actually symptomatic of truth. That we're in a very imbalanced and insane world, and that many people who are starting to come into levels of true seeing and true understanding or awareness or comprehension are at odds with the world around us. So they seek assistance. They're like, I'm starting to see truth. I'm starting to feel truth. And the world is insane and imbalanced around them. And so often they are labeled or mislabeled as having a disorder or something symptomatic, when really what is happening is that they're symptomatic of becoming in more and more in alignment with divinity and with truth. And that I hope that our world will change and expand moving forward to give greater support to people who are having that level of awakening to pure spiritual truth that does not make you symptomatic, and also it is necessary to remain balanced, not to go into imbalances of anything that might be violent towards others, violent towards self, or even just imbalancing in one's life, that we still take care of our responsibilities. Because when you're alive, you are responsible to your body, you're responsible to your coherent light forms that are around your body, and you're responsible to God, even as you are healing and being healed on your journey. So yeah, it means taking care of the body. Like, we eat good food and we take care of the body, because that is part of being responsible to self and to the coherent light forms, the avatars that are our chakras, and to the divine presence that has us here for a reason and for a purpose. So, and then also to do things in our life. And when people start to awaken to this sense of being God or being the creator, pardon me, you are God, you are the creator. And when you recognize that, like an artist recognizing this is your creation, take responsibility for your creation. If I'm like, oh yeah, I'm the creator, and then I drew that part over there and it is effed up, that part looks terrible, terrible. Like sometimes you try to draw someone's face and you're like, no, like that nose, that eye is all messed up, that looks terrible. You just accept it. And then you're like, yes, I think we need to just rearrange that, change that, refine that a little bit and make it a little bit better. And that is the beauty of the healing journey and taking responsibility and being accountable. It is the ego's great pain to admit to its mistakes and be like, oh, I made a mistake. I did the wrong thing. I made a mistake. However, it is also part of the joy of rectification, when you're really in your love and higher self state, like, I recognize the elegance of the equation. I recognize that I made that mistake. I see why I made the mistake. And now onward to the rectification, kind of like Professor Farnsworth, like, good news, everyone, onward to the rectification. Now I have something I can do. Well, flying rainbow lasagna this. Rainbow Body, thank you and welcome. Hello and welcome and thank you for being here. Says, in terms of practice, we breathe in energy taken from us and then breathe out, question mark, FRL, need a little bit more clarification. This is needed by me right now. So, in terms of recapitulation, you breathe in any energy that was left behind, breathing across the horizon, breathing in, and then breathe out any pain that was from, or the detritus, like the rubble, the debris that is the result, the dominoes that fell over in your life from not having that energy in the first place. So here's an example. You're like, I loaned that guy $100 and he never got it back to me. And then because I didn't have that $100, my life fell apart. I didn't have the rent. I didn't have this. I didn't have this. My shoes fell apart and I didn't have the money. And then all these bad things happened. And when you reclaim your energy, you're reclaiming your energy, but then you're also releasing the pain of like, oh yeah, then I couldn't buy those shoes and then I couldn't buy this. Release all of that pain, all of those things that happened. So let's say it's an injury that happened to you or a slight, like that guy abused you and you are breathing in the energy that you left behind in that moment of abuse. And then it is a release of the emotional detritus of the pain of not having that energy. You walked around for a long amount of time, not being a whole person with a big dent in your chassis. And then that caused a lot of pain. All of the relationships that went awry, or life circumstances or opportunities that were not embraced because of dealing with that deficit of the energy that wasn't there. You release all of that, and it is freedom. This is moving towards freedom. Freedom is about real rectification. It's different than when you go through talk therapy and you're like, then I talked about this and I talked about this and I talked about this and these bad things happened to me. It's like you put the words out there with your verbalization. One does, not you in any sense, not directing all this towards the questioner, directing this towards the generalization of experiencers. In talk therapy, one puts the words out there. However, then it's really necessary to do some form of energy restructuring in order to have an actual redefined experience, learn intellectually from what happened, but redefine the experience by breathing in the energy and then breathing out the pain, essentially, that the injury caused. Breathing in the energy that you sent out as tendrils, like there's tendrils. As I breathe them in, and then I release any of the pain that happened from traveling through time without that energy with me. One is literally breathing in the frozen moments of self across time. Like I left a piece of my soul over there. I'm breathing it in. And now I'm also releasing the pain and the sadness and the grief that I had from when parts of my soul were lost, from when I didn't have that peace with me, and I release it. And the breath is a very powerful tool for cleansing the energy field of your body, cleansing the time field. When you do this, I'm just going to move my lamp so that I can do this more broadly with my arm. When you do this cleansing, you're cleansing the time field, the big giant time horizon, all the way across the time horizon, and breathing it into you. It's a monumental or an expansive movement. And then the breathing out anything that really doesn't belong inside of you or is a pain or a limitation that happened from that stuff that you didn't have with you. It is it changes the shape of your energy body. So that actually recapitulation practice comes from these shamans or sorcerers, as they are self-described in the Carlos Castaneda books. And it is a very powerful thing to do. But it is a little bit like if you have to go through each and every memory, breathing it in and then breathing it back out, it's a bit laborious, and it's a bit like highlight, put it in the trash, select, put it in the trash. So it is like when I do Flying Rainbow Lasagna, I feel like I'm doing that, but on a grand scale, on a non-linear scale, because it means that I can do like, I'm going to take back that tendril from 10 years ago, and I'm going to take back that tendril from 10 minutes ago at the same time. And it also feels incredibly joyous to me when I do the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. It does not feel like toil or drudgery to me at all. It feels like hooray, like I am putting on the best music. I am dancing like a badass. I am going to jam all the way around through time, through the cosmos, through all these different things, bring those energy tendrils back to me. I'm bringing it all back together, and then kapow, expanding apart again. I feel completely energized, positive, and blissful while I'm doing the actual activity. It is a fun activity for me to do. And it also is, when I say easy is not the word, but moving with ease, because the ego self state is hard. Words are hard, everyone. Talking is hard. Being in your temporal ego and doing stuff and administrating is hard. But lasagna, is fun and easy. Lasagna is when you're just higher self state and God and above connected to the everythingness. Be like, oh, let's lasagna this thing on up. And you just big bucket, big mop, clearing out, sending to entropy all the things that you don't want, and bringing up and bringing into greater states of longevity and coherence, things that you do want. And also lasagna is as a reverberation gets stronger over time. So initially your lasagna dance might be like, okay, like blip, you did a little blip, that was it. And that was it for that day. But then the next day, your blip is like blip, 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 a little bit more. And then the next day, more and more and more of a layer until finally your lasagna is like this, but lasagna, big, in and out, in and out. But that is something that you work up to over accumulated layers of lasagnaing over many, many, many years of time. So you don't have to go immediately into this grand scale, monumental lasagnaing across time, but know that it happens. I hope that that's a good description. So to recap, here are some things that you can do. Focusing on your food completely while you're eating, being in the now throughout your day, constantly refocusing back to the now, learning the vocal toning exercises, which we're coming up with the workshop, a boot camp actually, in order to be able to teach you about this, going to get you in shape. That's Patricia's job. Flying rainbow lasagna as a way of closing genetic portals through which intrusive thoughts come, and also sending to entropy those dementors, and also rearranging your thought structure and your life structure to return your energy tendrils to you, and recapitulation as a breathing in of a painful memory and then a release of the pain of that memory. Going into Phoenix's comment here, says, any recommendation on successfully FRLing with financial freedom and financial overflow? He says, I seem to have a major blockage with that frequency. I can even feel the blockage in my spine, and it feels like I cannot even grasp in imagination what the frequency or vibration is like. In order to FRL with that, hold on, let me drink. There is a version of your self state, if you are on this timeline over here, that might be on this timeline over here, not ascribing better or worse according to finger position. But if you're over here and you have financial blockages, this is the version of you that has financial abundance. So what you could do is flying rainbow lasagna, kind of, you can imagine side to side, laterally, from this version of self to this version of self. This guy over here, this one who you are, figured it out, solved the puzzle, quote unquote, knows the answer to the crossword puzzle. And you can get scoops from the genetic banquet. Like, I'm going to lasagna on over to this version of me. I'm going to get a scoop. Then I'm going to jump back to this timeline. You begin to oscillate between these two timelines. And that is the beginning of how you begin to imagine yourself towards that reality. And a lot of the things that are blockages, not only in your own life, but in one's life in general for us, it is the incapacity to imagine a certain thing. So it might be like, oh, like in order for me to be successful as, you know, and have this level of money, all I had to do is imagine myself calling up such and such person and making this proposal. And it's a question of the innate limitation here in imagination. You have an arm, you have a phone, you have the capacity to call, but you either didn't think of it or couldn't think of it or couldn't imagine it happening or couldn't imagine you doing it. But like, what if I just picked up the phone and called so-and-so and saw if such and such thing could happen? And it's those what ifs that begin to become small wiggle rooms of freedom. Like, what if I just picked up the phone and called, or like move someplace? Like, what if I just moved from this place where I live to this place where I live? What if I just moved? Like, it is the wiggle room of imagination to be able to begin to imagine, color with your pencil and say, my life was over here, but now I'm going to imagine what it would be like if I moved over here, or if I changed over here, or if I changed my position, if I changed my occupation, if I changed my relationship status, if I left this person that I'm in relationship with, either boss or partner, and instead went into relationship with this person here. Sometimes it's just the capacity to imagine something different or greater. And sometimes the things that prevents us from being able to imagine is an actual trauma that happened in the past, that something happened that left an imprint in your body, a dent in the chassis, or like in the clay of your body being receptive to a thumbprint, and that it's necessary to go back in time because someone might have told you, just not you, but one as an example, like, you'll never be successful, or you'll never be an artist, or you'll never be a musician, or you'll never do this, or you'll never do that, or in terms of physical health, like, you'll never walk, or you'll never get off of this medicine, or you'll never this, or you'll never that. You go back to that moment when someone implanted the never, and you breathe back in your tendrils, rescue your soul from that moment, and breathe out all of the pain of being told never. And you say, that's not truthful. I actually will make this thing happen. I actually will be this thing. And so you can vibrate with yourself, who's already the level of success that you wish to be. You can do soul retrieval to relieve these blockages that prevented you from being able to imagine yourself to that level. And then another slightly more sophisticated thing you can do with FRL is looking to the success of others who might already have achieved something or done something similar to what you want to do, and taking scoops out of their genetic banquet. None of this means that you're like stealing from something else or amputating them, because it's not that at all. You're getting inspiration from them. So like if someone else is already a successful musician, you can be like, I wish I had a life like theirs. Like, I wish that I woke up in the morning and was making my music and was jamming, and then went to my concert and sang in front of millions of people. And you could be like, I'm going to FRL with them. I'm going to imprint on what they're doing, and then take that imprint like a template and put that on top of me. So someone who is already successfully embodying the levels of health or spiritual attainment or life trajectory that you desire, you FRL with them. But again, it's not an amputation, because you're not going to amputate and then transplant. Like, I chop off your leg and then stick it onto my leg over here, and then that's how I will go through life. No, because everything has to be done custom fitted to your own particular life. So let's go a little bit further. Aaron says, Aurora, you're an absolute trooper for distilling this frequency of information to us for so long. Thank you. Marathon. We'll get electrolyte soon. Thank you so much. You're a beautiful being and doing a wonderful service. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for that recognition. And of course, you'll be getting all this energy back, and I hope you get it back with interest. Thank you. Beautiful, good wishes. I happily receive. And that is how I truly feel. I truly feel like I'm sending out positivity and goodness, and a very particularly tuned energy. From the Don Juan teachings, it would be impeccability, meaning just perfectly tuned love energy, love tone energy. And yes, I do it as healing of myself. I do it as healing and feeding of the coherent light beings. I do it as healing and feeding and encouraging all of the people that are self states that are just in different bodies. And then I know that it flows back to me. It flowed back to me a lot over the summertime when I needed sustenance from others. And I'll even tell you, when I access my own recordings from 2013, I feel the goodness that's in those recordings flowing back to me. Like, you can feed yourself. And it can happen, like if you're ever low or you need inspiration, even if you wrote the song, but you can listen to the song and be like, you know something, that's a good song. That is a good song. I feel like dancing. That is really good. So I get inspiration a lot. And when you send, thank you, Aaron, for your beautiful message. When it has a beautiful sense of wishing well upon others, that's the best thing to do in your life. When I talked about all the judgment, I talked about that too much, without giving equal time to the sense of wishing others well, which is also what we can do as warriors of love on a journey. That is when you see someone else in their success and you're like, good job, I wish you well. Or when you see someone rising up out of negativity or out of a difficult situation or healing from addiction or whatever is their thing that's going on, and you're like, good job, I wish you well on your journey. Or just celebrating others' successes. That is the literal antithesis of the judgment, criticism, and negativity of like, the so-and-so should not be doing this, and you should not be doing this, the finger shaking pointer. Wishing others well. So I know it's a long recording. I hope that everyone makes it to this end. I should emphasize this much, much more. The antithesis behavior that we wish to be embodying is wishing others well, because then you are literally wishing yourself well. When you are wishing success, health, and positivity and creativity to others, then that is literally what comes back to you. Everything is self-feeding self. Everything is a reflection of you, and the genuine well-wishing towards others definitely reflects back to you, and celebrating others' successes definitely reflects back to you. So thank you for the recognition and the beautiful message. Thank you. Angela says, it's interesting that food is such a charged topic. It's absolutely a charged topic, and it's absolutely where all the power is. Because I said, that's where right now we get most of our energy from, food. And there's all of these different values that are being projected upon food, and about whether you're a good person or a bad person based upon what you eat. And are you eating this flesh, and are you eating this, and is it sustainable, and what's your carbon footprint, and is it genetically modified? All these things. some things matter and the quality of your food really matters, but instead of focusing so much on like, whether are you vegan enough? Are you conscious eating enough? You know what I mean? Like, are you humane enough in the food that you eat? Did you kill something so that you could eat? More important than that is the way you eat what you eat. Be totally embedded in the love frequency when you eat whatever food you are eating. And that is literally a way of elevating and blessing the food that you consume. But I also encourage everyone like not to eat junky trash food, but to eat the best real food that is here. But that pastry from the French bakery was not junky trash food. That was a really good pastry. I'm affirming to all of you, it was good stuff. T says the best definition of a virus ever. Yeah, and I get, so the virus relates, but I won't get into it too much, but relates to everything that is happening in our world right now. Melissa says mental hospitals were popularly populated in the past times at and around a time of reality reset. Interesting that as reality is changing, people might think, I'm going crazy. I can't deal with this internal and external change and the pressure of the realization of what's happening. So we can really understand that there are those in our world who are maybe more energetically sensitive or perceptive than others, and who are expressing the challenges, the levels of intensity of what we're experiencing on a psychological and emotional level. Like things have to change, things are changing, things are restructuring, and that they might be the ones who are the ones that are having the greatest difficulties in integrating those restructurings as they're happening. Rainbow Body says those movements happen to overlap with ballet mudras. Have to go sending pure food love. Thank you for the love and interesting overlap with ballet. And Melissa says, this is our final comment to go through too, says this breath tool and vocal toning tool set you shared today is very well received. Thank you. Glad to also remember we can jazz up any tool available. It is just one of the many abilities we have to be uniquely creative. Yes, yes, yes. And jazzing it up is also a very good, let's say, survival mechanism, for lack of a better word, but a way of always being one step ahead of the dementors or the ones who would farm you for food or the ones who would create various structures to suppress human consciousness and prevent your freedom. Hello, Lucy. Thank you for being back. And we're just about to wrap things up. Jazzing it up and being improvisational, spontaneous in the moment, and unpredictable is a very good way of superseding the limitations of the consciousness that was implanted here, and also the civilization or organized network that has implanted it there. That this is about reaching for your own, you're making a bid for freedom. You're making a journey towards your own freedom. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much. She says, you're amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Yes, yes, it's been a long recording for today. And I knew that it would be because I wrote all these extensive notes and I had so much to say and so much to share. And I was like, that's it. I'm going for it. Like me rolling up my sleeves that aren't in existence. I'm going for it because all of this is hugely, hugely, hugely important. And I think it has a huge impact on one's individual journey and one's quality of life. And this is, I think, if anyone takes the time to watch this whole recording, I think this is like the centerpiece of everything that I present. Phoenix Rising says, I love you all. Thank you, Aurora. You inspire us all. Thank you so much. Thank you for reflecting that beautiful love and positivity back to me. I truly appreciate it. I truly love you back. Thank you so much. I'm going to end the recording just because it's probably going to be a very long upload, but hopefully we'll be able to make that just fine. And I'm also going to send out profound thanks to everybody who was here participating, who watches the archive, who shares this with others. I will happily, I mean, it's why I put things out there so that it's not behind a secret private wall or something like that. I actually want this information to be able to go out there and be shared more widely with others. I want humanity to be able to be free and to be able to use these different techniques to be free. And I encourage everyone on their journey, because you're me, from in another direction, coming from another direction, with a slightly different looking face, but you're me. Thank you so much. Love you too, Angela. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here with me. All right, I'm going to end the recording right now, but not end the class. Thank you so much, everyone.